Good evening, everyone. I hope all of you are having a good day. For new folks, I'm the Crown DM. And today, this is episode 5 of Cometh the Fall, the Feud. Hello to everyone. Nuclear Winter, thank you very much for your resub. I appreciate that. Clown Avenger just finished marathoning every D&D session vid you've had here on Momo's channel in the past 2 weeks. That's amazing. Thank you very much for the dedication. But hello, Devathian, Bob, Simon. Hello, new folks too. Hello, Apple, Element, Zebus, Nuclear Winter, ProStar, EMC, Gaming, Zoro, Sneaky, Electrode, and Victus. Hello, everyone. Praise be to Frank. That's right. We're going to give the players a little bit of time to get themselves situated, while we also wait for Discord reactive images to set up. Today is going to be a bit of a interesting session. We're going to see a lot of time jumps, a lot of players figuring out what's going to happen, what their plans are. I expect at least some fighting. Oh, Clown Avenger, thank you very much for the sub. Currently making me in your Fallout campaign. Thank you again, Apple. Indeed. Though he may not be a part of it, may Frank bless the players' dice rolls with good RNG. Because the Lord knows that sometimes the Dungeon Master doesn't need to roll 6 natural 20s in a row and almost kill one of the players on accident. Sneaky. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. There will be a little bit of setup as well. Once we get in and everybody starts talking, just because I know that sometimes when doing this stream, most of my time is spent adjusting tiny windows. So the players are talking and everything like that. Don't be surprised if you see the chat window moving just a smidge. Thank you, Electrode. Here's the hoping too. Well, that's fine. I hope you rest well. Oh, Shadow. Thank you very much for the resub. Cleaning slime when? Soon, hopefully. We're going to see what happens, how long it takes for the players to break out or perhaps make some friends and earn their way out. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Momo. Talon Nightwing, thank you very much for the resub. Hello, everyone. Shadow Bunny gifting a sub. Thank you very much. We waddle, we go. Send love from Momo. That's right. Hello, all of you lovely people. Zavian, thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. Hello. We're going to play some D&D tonight. Welcome, new watchers. Welcome, old, to episode 5 of Cometh the Fall, the Feud. Cometh the Fall is a open world adventure style game, very sandbox heavy, taking place in the western continent of Tyros, the realm of kings. The players, oh my goodness. Red's Risk gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you. This campaign puts a lot of emphasis on player choice and a lot of exploration. But right now, the players are stuck in a prison, one Hane Keep. DM hashtag burn Frank. I'm pretending I didn't see that. Devathian with 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. It's split down the middle. Glory to Frank and burn Frank. What a fun time. But hello. Hello. For those of you that are new and coming over from Momo's channel, either not knowing or new to her channel as well, I am the Crown DM. I run the Friday and Sunday game. If you've watched any of the D&D happening on Momo's channel, I run the Secrets of Ears game. But hello to all of you. I'm giving the players just a little bit of time to set up. Buy version of High when. You know, I had considered it, but I actually want to get some emotes. Oh, hello, Somersault. I saw you last Sunday during the very murderous episode. I cried, Pog. Guido Sarducci, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Somersault, actually. 12 months. Absolutely insane. Okay. I think the players have had enough time to set up. We're going to let the music fade out. All right. We're going to let them have a little bit of warning before we unmute. And prepare to jump into episode 5, The Secrets of Ears. Secrets of Ears. Oh no. I read a different tag. Cometh the Fall. Scuff Stream. Hello, everybody. Okay, looks like they're ready. Is everybody else ready? And let's go. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
No.
Hi.
Don't sound so excited then.
I'm dying.
I mean, we all are.
Slowly but surely.
Hi, chat.
As we embrace the inevitable heat death of the universe.
How is everyone?
Doing better.
I'm sitting here eating Hershey's Kisses. I need to put the bag away from me.
It's Friday, my dude.
Indeed. I believe we are giving Momo a chance, an opportunity to get herself situated.
Chance.
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Oh,
Well, thank you, Alexa, for that stunning revelation.
I didn't ask her to do anything. She talked on her own.
Lies. But probably
Okay. Give her just a little bit more as I set up some music.
I will eat the candy. Problem is, I also will not pay attention and just keep on shoveling Hershey's Kisses into my mouth because I'm in that state of mood right now.
just keep shoveling Hershey's Kisses into my gluttonous maw and for all of eternity.
Consume.
Oh, while we're getting situated, Hairplane, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that.
You brought up the consume. Ugh. Yes, she likes to injure me psychically, regularly.
Okay. She should have plenty of time. Again, hello and welcome to episode 5 of Cometh the Fall. What we're going to do here is what we do every session. I'm going to have the players introduce themselves to new and returning viewers, starting with Alaric. Go ahead and introduce your character, your race, and your class.
Hello, everybody. I have a new microphone, so I'll probably sound a little bit strange, just prefacing with that. Anyway, good denizens of Athis, Alaric the Karim, second son to household Creighton, younger brother to Classier the Karim, son to Veladonna of the Ethanmoor, and an absentee father. Recently abducted or apprehended, depending on who you ask, from Karim, his now forced absence from the island has left a troubling feeling of impermanence that has put his mother's rule at peril. Within Hane's goal, Alaric believes, of sowing chaos and giving way to entropy. But those are more worldly concerns, whereas Alaric is dipped instead in more corporeal others, like what he'll eat this morning, who will shiv him tonight, whether he'll live to see the next day. A half-elf like him never thought to see himself in a position like this.
Kellen.
Clear my throat. Why am I hearing echoes? Oh, I bet you that's Alaric's mic. Anyway, I play Kellen Aldane, a variant human ranger, member of the kind of a nature commando organization called the Grey Watch. He too has been captured alongside these other individuals and brought to the island prison area or fortress, depending on how you look at it, of Hane Keep, where he is attempting to find out what deep, dark nastiness is going on here alongside his fellow captives. Currently, after doing a unarmed fight against a Morling in the arena and attempting to speak on another party member's behalf, he is serving his second day in the Bastille, doing his best to, not drown, I guess. And yeah, you know me, I like short and sweet.
Morana.
Yes, I am playing Marana Lamordia, a unusual, but by all other appearances, human rogue. I was invited at Lord Hane's behest to visit him on some business matters between him and my homeland of Malgrove. However, upon setting foot within his territory, I was swiftly charged and arrested with frankly ludicrous charges. Now approaching 5th day of captivity, I must find a way, some subtle escape from this cage.
Sabine.
I am Sabine Lillian Lucet, female SMR paladin of the Protector sort, member of the Order of the Rose, a order of knights that serves the physical, emotional well-being and needs of some of the nobility in Tyros. I was hired and took a job to go down south to attend a younger noble and was arrested promptly after getting off the boat. I am currently trying to warm up by the fire after spending the day in the Bastille. Much to my chagrin, I am now rethinking about who hired me because this Lord Hane has a lot more information on me than I particularly like.
Sidra.
Greetings. I am Cyril de Katarina, ward of House Etenmo, the Sworn Blades. I am a level 1 high elf fighter who finds beauty in every battle. I would lay my life on the line for house and home, but unfortunately, I have found myself in the unforgiving clutches of Hane Keep, manned and orchestrated by Lord Hane and his goons. I endeavor to seek the real reasons I have been sent here, and I will stop at nothing to find the truth.
And finally, Yuria.
Yeria, Zairi. A human, a hexblade, disarmed. I am a far traveler from House Ithilien, a house that owns Shademore. I am its oldest heir. I have traveled here to the Etmore in pursuit of lost history, as our people were refugees of Tyros long ago. Unfortunately, no sooner had I arrived than I have been apprehended under baseless charges. Since then, I have found myself in the company of these fellows, against my will, but will make the best of it. At the moment, I am merely trying to survive the dangers of Hane's Keep and attempting to root out the hidden politics of this place, the different factions and gangs, even in these musty cells.
Okay. What's going to happen now is I'm going to recount what happened last session. Until the players are out of Hane Keep, I find it fitting that I do the recount to properly account for everything that has happened. Once they are out in the open world of Tyros, the recount will be on them. As we also do a map transition to the Western Black Cells. It is the 19th of God's Night. Separated by the choices of two party members, Sabine and Kellen find themselves locked away in the Bastille, while the rest of the party are moved into the mines beneath Hane Keep. An exercise in patience and discussion between one another results in several hours spent toiling in the earth. Despite interest in the eastern half of the mine, it isn't until the party decides to split up further that they leave. In turn, leaving Alaric to the harshness of prison life, where he's jumped by several prisoners for the weakened crystal he had just spent all of his time toiling for. Its initiative, short-lived, and it sees Alaric unconscious, and the other three no closer to uncovering what happened in the eastern mines. Their ally, for now, the Arcanist, hands over a crystal for Alaric's health and proceeds to reveal his own secrets to the party about how to unearth them quicker. In the Bastille, the duo experience the exhausting situation that is high tide. Sabine is eventually freed, but Lord Hane reveals to Kellen that for him, he has something special in store when his time in the Bastille ends. We see the start of a new day, where Sabine is reunited with her fellow prisoners and the party, save for Kellen. The party talks, revealing that perhaps there is more to all of this than they had thought. As the party finishes up their food and discuss, this is where our story resumes. What are you all doing?
Which table do you wish to go first?
Who'd ever like to go first? Seeing as you talked, what is Yuria doing?
First, what's the name of our episode for this session?
Episode 5, The Feud.
Thanks. Yuria has just finished talking to Raynor, who had advised her that sitting alone was, ill-advised. She had made the comment that she was the first to sit, which he ruefully admits, and then they changed subjects onto the book he was reading, which was history on something called the Dragon's Teeth Blades, if I remember correctly. Having just taken in the information, Yuria leans back, giving the a book a new look over. Interesting. Why are you reading about these in here? Is there something relevant?
The Arcanist, sort of pausing as he's lifting the spoon up to his mouth, very gently rests it back into the bowl. Gives a small shrug. If there is, I would be thoroughly surprised. It's more so the location, as it were. Many of the Southern Isles often belong to beastmen. As such, many travelers and explorers often avoid them. I'm thinking perhaps, once my tenure here in the prison is over, I might go exploring. After finding your brother, of course. To look for one of the teeth. It could be incredibly beneficial for my order.
I see. Do you mind if I borrow it once you're done with it?
If it is not ripped from your hands by Lord Hane, certainly.
Yuria purses her lips. I take it he is not fond of us sharing our rewards?
Indeed.
Pity.
Who knows, though? Win your next arena or find more crystals with what I have shown you. And perhaps you'll be able to request your own copy.
Yuria takes a minute to take a bite out of her food as she thinks it over. She adds, after a few seconds, I don't think I need to say anything or state the obvious, but I'm not really suited for either of those tasks.
It may seem disheartening. Your first bout in the arena, rendering you unconscious. There's no judgment, at least not from me. and I doubt from maybe some of your companions. Not everyone is made for combat. Not everybody is made for fighting beasts or other people. But I imagine that if pushed into a corner, you would be the first one to bare your fangs.
There's a thin smile. Is that what you've deduced of me?
Or perhaps it's wishful thinking. It's what I deduced of your brother.
Ah, yes.
I heard that when Summerhall was falling, when the buildings were burning, when chaos had ensued, when green cloaks were running through the streets slaughtering people, your brother did not flee. He ran towards the chaos. If what everyone else has told me is true, even when fired upon by a cannon.
Her face, already pale, goes ghostly white. That idiot.
That idiot saved a young lady's life.
She does not elaborate any further. She quietly looks down at her bowl. It's quite clear that there is something she's not saying.
Stared death in the face. Or what could easily be assumed as death, a figure standing some 8 feet tall, bearing a tower shield strapped with a lady to the front of it. A young woman who we all come to know, who've I known for a very long time, and I owe it to her father.
Busies herself with eating while he speaks.
There's a moment where it just sort of fades, right? Where he's just sort of regaling you with the events of Summerhall and what happened to Sebastian Zyri, up until the point that they're separated. As we put a pause on that, what is the other table doing?
It is my belief he has more information on all of us than a lot of us would be comfortable with. So I'm going to continue eating because I'm going to have a long few hours in the mine and go from there. Any questions, concerns? She looks to all three of them.
Morana, after being silent for a very long time, just kind of looks up and gives Sabine a nod. I agree. I agree he knows more about each of us than what he's let on. Passing strange, we all seem to have ended up here on interesting charges.
Yeah, I'm just glad that I can drop the facade, because looking at some of these fellows and guards and Lord Hane makes me go as dry as the Crown Desert.
Orada might be like bone white, but even that kind of gets her like flustered and like a.
Alaric stabs his spoon in his food and pushes it to the middle of the table.
Cyril is unfazed.
Even in the Bastille, Kellen is mortified.
No, you're not here.
God, but if he was.
What?
Well, hopefully Yuri and I learned a trick that'll make the time in the mines go a little faster.
And she's just like looking at anything else other than Sabine. Cannot look you in the eye.
Oh. You guys are timid. I'm so sorry. I must have been horrible these past few days.
There is a difference between timid and she kind of looks at the two sitting next to her to the left. And less experienced, perhaps.
Understood. Thank you.
They might be a little less forthcoming with their experiences.
There is almost a flush to her cheeks.
That's understandable. I assume that you all have some social etiquette. Dancing and whatnot, yes?
Of course.
All of you of noble house. I mean, you are. All three of you are much higher status than myself.
If dancing with a blade counts.
Oh, I was taught that as well, but, in social situations, Silvero. It's what my order does. We teach certain social graces and romance, amongst other things, to people of rank of such as yourself. Help them get a little bit of experience, if you would. Or we could simply be hired as a bodyguard. It really depends.
Dame Sabine, how is the ranger? How is the ranger? Is he still alive?
Last I saw, I overheard. My lord was gloating and stating his obvious superiority to the ranger and how he had other things in store for him, even after the Bastille. And he was still keeping his pride and honor
Good.
first and foremost.
In good spirits. That is good.
Yes.
He didn't extend his stay or anything like that?
I think he was trying to, but Lord Hane once again has decided he has other plans for him, which makes me even more nervous seeing that he literally scruffed me like a puppy on the way up.
It seems he'd rather let the games continue than extend his punishment. Strange.
I think he has a different type of punishment in mind, my lord.
Maybe.
But either way, the fact that he knew what I was attempting to do and what I was trying to do in our methodology, pretty much has snapped me not into information gathering, but more, all right, let's play the game. So, what is this trick, Marana, that you were talking about? Or would you rather wait till we're in the mines? Please, God, let me dry off a little bit longer.
The latter. Don't worry.
Wonderful. I'm tired, but I'm going to work my way through this.
You spoke of some kind of trick? Alaric turns to Morana.
Yes, I'll show you later.
She said she'll show us when we're in the mines.
He nods. Level.
So what did I miss yesterday? Anything fun? You found a trick and...
At her question, Alaric visibly leans back, seeming put off.
What? What happened?
Silvera would raise her left eyebrow as she looks over at Alric.
What happened?
Nothing happened.
Alaric bit off more than he could chew, unfortunately.
I didn't bite anything.
Did-
I was attacked,
Perhaps
and
you
I
should
fought
have
them back.
bited.
I didn't
She
need
grins at
help.
him.
He jabs an index finger on the table for emphasis. I had it.
Please refrain from outbursts and eat your meal. Nathan looks very pointedly at you, Alaric.
He holds up his palm apologetically, leans forward and drags his plate closer to himself. He leans over it now and hunches his shoulders as though to shelter the plate to recommence finishing it.
Okay.
Cedra would chuckle lightly as she returns to her placid expression and begins finishing the last bits of her food.
All right.
If that's all.
I would take my thing up and walk over to Yuria real quick. And you are okay after the bout, correct? It's showing concern for her injury.
Yuria, who was focused on her food, jumps, whirling around at you, only to relax very slightly, very, very, more like a formal, forced relax than actual, like, feeling okay. I'm fine. The robed one healed our wounds, if you remember. She, you see her hand gently rub against her, like up her forearm. She doesn't seem aware of the action.
I was more concerned with your mental well-being. If you're not used to combat and something like that happens, it can wear on one's psyche.
Her nostrils flare. I am used enough to combat, thank you. I was
Good.
caught flat-footed. It happens. How are you, madam? It is not wise to be wandering around after
I'm
so long in
tired.
the Bastille.
I'm
I thought
tired.
so.
But I was concerned with your health. But if you are okay, I'm going to place my utensils back and try and rest and dry off a little bit. It's the reason why I didn't sit with you. Trying to stay closer to the fire before I have to go down in that bloody cave.
Of course. One must think of one's health.
You might want to...
Speaking,
Continue.
speaking of, she slightly jerks her head. She'd be facing Sabine, so it'd be sort of behind her. Watch your health, she emphasizes. Her head joint pointed towards Creighton and the crew.
Understood. Arcanist. I'm heading up. Do you need me to take your bowl?
No, just quite all right. You might want to enjoy the heat. Judging by the look on Nathan's face, we're leaving soon.
Shit. All right. She'll drop her plate off and go sit back down.
The look on Nathan's face is no different than any other time.
Indeed.
Nathan just has one look.
But there's a moment where the Arcanist, having finished his bowl already, and the conversation had died down once it got to the part where he assured Yuria again that he would look for her brother. He extends a hand out to take your bowl.
She finishes up the last bits of food real quickly and then passes it to him. As she does so, she touches his wrist. A question. How did the orc become a champion?
We can talk about that in the mines.
It's a small smile, of course.
Stacking the bowls on top of each other. As the Arcanist is making his way to the little drop-off, you would hear Nathan ringing a bell. Breakfast is over. Prepare yourselves, we're going into the mines. I would like to emphasize, for those of you that are here and not currently in the Bastille, if you are caught fighting, time in the Bastille is determined by the amount of wounds that you bear. Is that understood?
Yes, my lord.
Of course, my lord.
His focus, even though everybody else has talked, is like hyper fixated on Alaric.
Alaric is looking at his bowl and turning slowly left once he feels the searing weight of his stare on him. He freezes up momentarily, as though startled, and there's a slight rattle of his bowl as he hits the table with his knee. Yes, of course, of course. But I was attacked, he emphasizes as he stands up, taking his empty plate.
I will give you this one warning.
Consider it taken. Alaric moves on over to the chute.
Okay. And with that, if nobody else has any other conversations they'd like to have in a very short window,
Alaric, as you walk up, Sotheril's just like looking down into the chute, as if she has this like innate need to make sure that it goes down perfectly through the chute and doesn't like bang against the walls.
What are you doing?
And she wouldn't say anything, but as soon as it like makes the sound of sliding into place at the end, she would give like a breath outward as if she was holding her breath and look back to him. It is easy to find perfection in all things. You just need to look.
Alaric's eyes just sort of look standoffish to the side, and he just goes, okay.
the Arcanist, his brows are knitted together as he just watched the entire interaction that just happened and like slowly gives a nod to you.
Look, okay? Perfectionist. It's OCD, man. She's having a good time.
Some people that benefit better in prison than they do in the real world.
She
Indeed,
stops and
Arcanist.
sneers back at him.
He said that
You
very
could say-
low.
You could say she's in her element. Now, please. And Alaric motions for the opening.
Oh, like gesturing him forward?
Yes, and letting him first.
Ah. Yeah, he'd place 2 bowls in there, give you a nod. A respectful nod still, and a very gentle sort of pat on the shoulder, wary of any wounds or anything like that. Then begin making his way over.
With his touch, Alaric puts the tray on top of his tree and he gives a heavy-hearted kind of nod, as though showing that he's aware he owes this man, and the discomforting feeling is outward in Alaric's demeanor, as though he chafes.
All right. The guard captain and the other guards station themselves near the door, many of the other prisoners beginning to line up, beginning to get themselves situated, waiting to be taken down into the mines.
Just as Sylvia had done before, she would look for her friend and Torg in here and compliment them on the food.
The other prisoner isn't your friend, but Torug is sort of...
Said she would look for her friend.
Gotcha.
If he was in there.
Torug is the one that regards you sort of in the process of... You can see, like, when you're... if you've ever been doing a chore that you absolutely loathe, like, he has a scowl set on his expression as he's taking up trays and bowls and sort of stacking them and sort of getting ready to clean them. As you approach, he looks at you and gives a very firm, like, single nod, though says nothing else.
Yeah, it's just fast and, gracious as she moves on.
Sabine would take her up until the last moment by the fire and then go get in line.
I forget, which side is it?
You're on the right side.
Okay.
Yuri is going to sit and wait for just however long, before, as long as she can, to see when Creighton and his crew get up, not wanting to be in front of them.
You would see Creighton doesn't stand. It's not until like the very end, once like all the other prisoners and everything else are like in line, that he eventually stands.
Hate that.
Awkward.
Hate that. He hates me. Hate that. That's great. God, he's so creepy.
What about the rest of his prisoners? Do they wait with him, or is
Oh
it
no,
only
they
him
stand
that
up.
waits? Okay.
They know they don't have the clout to like sit and ignore the guards, right?
Yeah, eventually she would just have to get up, sensing that, the guards wanted her to move before he did. She just wanted to
There's a
see.
moment where you can see him sort of arm resting along the length of the table and his legs sort of straddling the bench as he's sitting sideways. And his fingers are just sort of clawing into the wood as he's eyeing each and every one of you individually.
Oh, I don't like that.
You can hear like the scraping of wood as small wood flecks sort of splinter away.
If he's looking at her and she catches it,
Oh no.
she would just give him a warm smile back, like, "Hi, how you doing?" Not like spiteful or anything like that. Just the same smile she gives everyone. She always has a smile plastered on her face.
Smile that says, "Thank God it's Friday."
You can see he like mutters and like spits off to the side as he just begins sort of a more firm sort of raking of his fingers and nails against the wood.
Well, she would at least stand behind his cronies, since they had to move. She would make sure she is not positioned in front of them.
Okay. Eventually, with everybody lined up, the door is pushed open. A number of guards wait on the other side. And you all are let out back into the black cells of Hane Keep and eventually loaded onto the platform that begins to descend. You hear the audible grind and groan of the platform as it bears the weight of all of the prisoners and the guards. And lower it descends as those familiar cerulean moats drift upwards, and the heat of the upper chambers is replaced with a freezing cold.
Great. This is great.
As we do a map transition.
Doo-doo-doo. I think you need to get that on like the little soundboard thing every time there's a map transition.
The freaking Scooby-Doo transition?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Prisoners beginning to filter out, taking their own stalagmites, beginning to crawl up the side of the crag walls to get to higher elevated crystals. And you can already hear the toiling, as there are some prisoners who have been down here for a while, it sounds like. But you all are unleashed.
Oh, okay. Should we start in the area you wanted to go last time? I think staying together would be a good idea. She looks very pointedly at the two girls behind her.
It is no secret that they will expect us to be together. So there is nothing to hide. Let's just go.
I think we should head east, she says as she watches Creighton and his cronies go south.
Silverill's already going. She's
Right.
She's just like, all right, we're going.
As Creighton's walking and the others, now the people that he had been sitting with, begin to amass around him again, his focus is on Sildaril.
She's just
As
like,
the group
all right,
is-
let's go.
As the group is heading east, Alaric kind of pauses, looks over his shoulder at the Arcanist, and he's got this half expectant, half hopeful look waiting on him to see if he'll tag along.
There's a very warm smile that is given to you, Alaric, as he gives a sort of confirming nod. Reassurance.
Nice. Free action skip to his step as he continues walking.
There's the very noticeable moment where he's watching Creighton as the party is moving. His attention like over his shoulder, sort of watching and waiting until Creighton's focus shifts forward and his back is to the party as he makes his way into the southern mines.
Rainer is once again strapped with the kitty leash as the party continues.
All right, as we do a map transition into the eastern mines.
Alaric is in like the baby holder on his chest.
Indeed. I really like that image. Oh my god.
Grown ass
Thumbnail children.
man in a fucking baby Bjorn.
What you would realize as the map transitions into the new mines is the immediate change in coloration and temperature.
Oh no.
As you step in, the cerulean glow transitions into that of a vibrant orange that bathes everything in that light, that pale orange light. You would also feel the, instead of the freezing cold, the intense heat. But welcome to the Eastern Mines.
Yuri is
What is the temperature like normally in Katarina?
Katarina, being a somewhat middle island, and its proximity to Tyros, it's more idealized, if that makes sense, compared to the other island nations. Katarina stays like a nice 75 until like wintertime, and then wintertime gets real harsh.
Okay. So would it feel like that temperature in here?
Hotter than that.
Okay.
If I were to give degrees to the heat here, you're pushing like 99, 100.
Oh, my fucking tits! Oh!
Hotter
know
than
what?
the devil's face.
You know what? I'll take it right now.
Solrel would squint. Squint as if the heat itself was attacking the water in her eyes. And she's like,
Oh, this is a lot better than I thought compared to the other one. Compared to a nice swim in the Bastille.
There's a slight groan of complaint from Yuria. She wrinkles her nose at the sudden, overwhelming heat.
I'm so glad we came here to investigate.
You can always go back south, if you'd like.
Do you find me so dumb I would go there to die?
No, that's why it was a joke.
The Arcanist perks her brow. Investigate.
So to see what had happened here earlier when the weapons allegedly animated and attacked. We were in the south at the time, so...
Was this before or after the rock monster?
Supposedly during.
Perhaps we should take up a position on the far side of the mine.
And she kind of points over here-ish.
Solrel's once again already steadfast walking, assuming that everyone's behind her.
Making my way.
You all would realize as well the large ravine in the center of this mine. Despite the click and sort of grinding of stone and metal, you would hear what sounds like faint sort of splashing noises or more distant crashing sounds.
Arcanist Bridemore, are these stones as valuable as the other ones?
Well, the secret should work, if that's what you're asking.
More so asking if they will reward us if we bring them back.
Every crystal will reward you. Even rare gems I've found.
Yuria purses her lips.
And so,
After you.
oh, sorry. Oh, okay. So perhaps they're less worried about getting the crystals, more so making sure that we're working hard.
That could be it. I do understand that these crystals bear the same properties as the other ones, though these seem more volatile, if that makes any sense.
Volatile, as though prone to what? React?
Well, let's just say you should be thankful that you're wearing Promethean manacles and not able to cast magic. You were here when I gave the explanation of the other ones, were you not?
Yes, but I wasn't paying much attention, I'm afraid.
I understand. These crystals, along with many others that you've seen in the other mines, are conduits. They are able to take power and have a very sudden reaction. For example, when a crystal is charged with magic, varying degrees, mind you, the reaction can be somewhat mundane or very potent.
he had Alaric for like 3 seconds before his gaze just grows dull and loses expression, and he's just looking at him at some point, right? And when his mouth stops going, Alaric just nods.
There's
Blazes over.
there's a moment where he sort of looks at you, understanding that you registered and retained nothing, pats your chest and goes, "They explode," and then just keeps walking.
Oh, of course. No hitting it. Makes sense. Thank you.
Understood.
That Rainer is a good man, well informed.
Oh my god.
Indeed.
I'm sorry. That was so good. Oh fuck.
Okay. As you all make your way into the Eastern Mine and begin toiling, I'm going to ask how much time would you all like to take down here?
Well, I think Marana's going to show Sabine and Siluriel the little trick with the manacles.
Indeed. Do remember, though, he said you had to strike the base, which means you'd have to reveal the base.
Yes. She would kind of, give that explanation. In that, you dig to the base, tap, 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 tink, easier to get out.
No hitting the stone with the pickaxe, otherwise it will explode. He looks to the Arcanist as he says this with a smile.
There's a moment where, like a father who's like a father who's heard his son say something he very obviously doesn't understand, like how a certain thing works, or so saying it with confidence. The Arcanist sort of brings a hand up and like rubs underneath his own chin and sort of just slowly nodding. It's either to himself or to somebody else, but he gives a nod. That's fine. What? I was going to elaborate, but I find that works best. Keep that fear. It might help you.
Well, it's nice to know that there's a cave that isn't horribly cold after one spends some time swimming. And she strikes at the rock around the crystal.
Don't worry. Here for too long, toiling for too long, you're more than likely going to have the same exact exhaustion.
I understand, but it's one thing to be cold, it's another thing to be wet and cold.
Of course. Okay, how much time are we dedicating to the Eastern Mines?
Couple hours.
I imagine until we can get some fucking crystals.
Okay.
Yuria she would be mining like the others this time. But she would also be pestering Rainer endlessly, much like a child.
Okay.
We have made him a dad this day.
But like, what is this? But like, what?
There's like a look on the Arcanist's face that's like, I should have expected this. Like,
I'm doomed.
I know the family.
My
Runs in the
fate.
family. Oh no.
but he's
He
mining.
cannot escape them.
Yeah, he's sort of realized, he's like, okay, they've accepted me.
We have adopted one dad.
We're going to talk with him now.
God, we're just a fucking Discovery Channel for him.
Fucking the goddamn what's his name? The crocodile hunter's like, crikey.
At this point, Alaric has already struck the earth, He's digging,
Okay.
and he's looking so earnest that it's as though he's looking for a crystal for the Arcanist rather than himself.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Those that would like to unearth the crystal, roll me a strength check, please.
Yes, let's go.
May I be able to assist someone?
So using the arms.
Sure.
Sorry.
I'll work in tandem with Sabine.
Okay, Sabine,
I'm
As-
tired.
roll with advantage.
As
Roll one
expected.
more, Sabine.
Yeah.
There you go. Atta girl.
Yuri is striking at Earth, and the only thing breaking is the pickaxe
Here's her back.
and her patience.
Alaric?
She's just not very good. She's like holding
Holding it by the wrong
holding the
end.
pickaxe like too tightly and then too loosely.
Sabine will throw a glance at Silverell. Your form is impeccable at swinging that pickaxe.
Leave your compliments. I am working. And she would look at Alaric
Yeah.
and hope that he would join her like the last time they worked together.
Oh, he's got the tail end of that. Sorry, my net died for a moment. Did my roll register?
It did not.
All right. Waiting for Foundry to load.
That's okay. Technical difficulties.
How dare you? It's not okay.
Oh no.
And yes, Alaric did join up with Siluriel.
Okay.
My fellow Niner.
He waits for the point where her pickaxe hits, and he is ready to strike down when she winds up. And it takes a bit, but eventually they fall into rhythm.
Okay. An hour passes. If you had any questions for the Arcanist, feel free to ask them.
I undo my scroll, which goes across the cavern.
Well,
I fucking hated it.
At one point. Oh, you first.
No, you'll want to go first.
Does that mean I'll want to go after? So we leave you last?
At one point, she kind of asks stops, wipes the sweat from her brow and looks towards the Arcanist. Arcanist, what do you know of that robed priest that accompanies Lord Hane?
The pickaxe, in its sort of final arc, sinks into the stonework as he very purposefully lets it do so he can rest his elbow on it with like a heavy sigh. Sort of reaching up and patting at his forehead to get the sort of long rolling beads of sweat off of his face.
Hot.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
It drips through his goatee.
speaking it, frankly.
I'm working, man. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
Well, that robot figure shut up no more than a couple weeks ago, as it were. Previously, it was the alchemist that tended to our wounds after the arena fights. But it would appear that Lord Hane has hired other hands to help him.
Seeing that Morana stopped, she'd look. I have a question. How many female prisoners have you seen come and go besides us?
Come and go? I've seen plenty arrive. He sort of purses his lips together. But if they leave, I haven't seen it.
Boy, that makes me very uncomfortable. And she strikes back at the rock.
I'm in danger.
Girl fear, girl fear.
He looks to Alaric, who is poised with a question.
Sorry. What I was going to say is that to pass the time, Elric would have brought up banal understandings of the stone, about how to mine it, how he's picking.
Oh,
Yeah, just small talk commentary
Mhm.
about the nuances of mining, yeah?
I strike here so that way I can get the most leverage. Like
And
that
then
type of deal.
gravel comes pouring out, right? Things
Mm.
like that. Just
Mm.
narrating the happenings, never a dull moment with Alaric Rovain there.
Understood. There's a moment where your sort of commentary just at least begins to sort of match the white noise background that is the mining and shoveling.
I fucking love this
So
Arcanist.
it is to understate the fact that ever since the Arcanist explained a thing to Alaric that he didn't understand, but let's not mention that he's beginning to take a more studious scholar approach to mining.
There is while there is an amused expression on the Arcanist's face, there is one that is like a sort of thankful look as well. Like, I appreciate what you're trying to do.
Good.
And his attention
Yeah.
finally lingering on Yuria, who is also poised with questions.
She's doing the red eye meme where she's just glaring. After Alric finishes his babble, there's a thin smile that crosses Yuria's face. I believe I already asked mine. You said you would have answered by now. The orc, what made him go from the worst to a champion?
Well, let us see. Torug Grimtooth, responsible for slaying 2 gods on his first day, thus resulting in an extended stay within the Bastille. Afterwards, given an opportunity to fight in the arena, which he did and won, and spent more time in the Bastille, which he did again and again and again. And it isn't until, I believe, his 12th bout that he stopped being sent to the Bastille and was regarded as one of Hane's champions. Even during his time in the Bastille, he was sort of treated differently. At least during my tenure in the Bastille, I saw high tide maybe once. But I heard that every time Torug was in the Bastille, it was high tide every night.
Perhaps he was being tested.
Perhaps.
He was being broken.
More likely.
Should we trust him then?
He's suddenly different from many of the other orcs that I know. His people, forced into servitude by Lord Hane, are not your standard orcs. At least not your standard fare. They are seafaring people. They reside on one of the southern islands, south of the Ettenmoor. For as long as I've been aware, they're not generally that aggressive to outlanders or more mainlander people. But it seems that Lord Hane's influence knows no bounds. Torug is of good stock. He's honorable. If that is...
There's a scoff that comes from Yuria at the mention of honor. The heavy clink of her pickaxe against rock.
if that can be worth anything. He sort of says, no, sort of like, let me finish. Though in this day and age, honor is more of a myth than anything else.
I am honorable. Alaric pauses mid-swing, looking hurt. He looks to the side at the Arcanist and Yuria.
Yuria gives him a dry look.
What? I am honorable. It is imperative to be an honorable person if you're of the nobility of Tyros.
Oh, really?
There's a small laugh that comes from the Arcanist as he gives a nod. That's not to say that all honor is gone from Tyros, but most is, Your Highness. Many lords and
Nonsense.
ladies are reclusive nowadays, residing within their own keeps, fearful of inviting guests over for fear of being slaughtered in their own home or being slaughtered in their neighbor's home.
You do not believe such rumors. Only reprobates repeat such things. There is honor in Tyros. I know it.
If there is, Your Highness, it's buried. He begins swinging his pickaxe again.
This sort of has an effect on Alaric as the hitting of the stone with the pickaxe adds an emphasis, a rather hurtful one at that. So he kind of flinches back, and a pebble whacks him straight on the forehead. He
Okay.
blinks.
I
The
dig it.
pebble was thrown by Solo.
Very well.
Daddy said the
on
world's...
your
You have
swing at least a little bit, please.
It was, I imagined it less of a smack, more of like the stone skid off of his forehead, right?
Okay. Is there anything else you would like to do, or would you like to resume more toiling in the earth?
Dig.
Try to diggy hole, I suppose, for another hour.
Okay.
Read my mind. I am a dwarf.
He would focus again on mining, trying to get the rock. But it's clear that Yuria has more that she's thinking about.
God damn it.
And Morana's also helping focus with Sabine on whatever rock she's aiming towards.
Okay. Everybody go ahead and roll me a strength check.
Sabine, do you want me to roll it or you?
What's your strength?
I got a 13.
You go ahead. You actually have a bonus.
Are you going to be aiding me?
Yes.
Okay, how do I... Shift. Shift is the thing that I click.
Hmm. We're
I-
learning. We're learning.
We're learning.
Look.
Players can learn.
Can learn. It's rare, but sometimes it happens.
Okay. If you are assisting anybody, Sabine, they do not get advantage because you are exhausted.
No.
Because you have disadvantage.
Good point.
Sildura.
What?
Nothing.
She's
You
working.
fucking dig that hole. I believe in you.
She's just headbanging it.
Maybe Sabine would have better luck if she attached it to her hip.
I see.
Sabine is exhausted right now, so anything ability check wise is going to be difficult.
Alaric, are you rolling or?
I am. Just sorry, I thought it went through.
It did not.
Ooh, it's not coming through. I'll refresh.
Okay. We'll do that one. 2 hours have passed in the mine. as more rock and earth is broken away to reveal more segments of crystal.
DM,
So,
does that mean that me and Alric did twice the amount? Because we're working on the same hole? Yeah.
hold on. Given your consistent, very high rolls, I might add, you and let's see, I'm missing an initial strength check from Morana.
That's because she helped me.
Huh.
Sorry, yeah. At first I was helping Sabine. She got a 16, and then 18 for Marana the
Understood.
second time around.
The first person to unearth a crystal is Sildaru, in which the large sort of segment of stone breaks away and reveals the root of the crystal. The Arcanist is the second person.
God, he's hot.
Morana looks over to Siluriel, and she goes, "Ah, you've done it. Here, let me show you."
Sorrel would stop hammering away at it, and she would stand up and kind of pull the strands of golden hair out of her face and wipe the sweat off, you know, like a big muscly woman in a small muscly woman's body.
And
She would look at Morana.
Wolf noises from the Bastille.
lol.
Morana looks at her and says, because of the manacles, just watch."
And she takes her manacle and does the tap 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 at the base of the crystal
Okay.
to show Siluriel.
Those of you that are nearby would watch as Marana taps her Permidium manacle against the base of the crystal, and you would watch as its spider web cracks.
"Give it another good strike. It should come apart."
Then I will try it.
Let's see that strength check.
You're getting my help, by the way. Does that let her reroll?
If you are assisting her, sure. I'll let you roll with advantage.
Yeah.
Sadly, not enough. Your pickaxe striking the base of the crystal, but yields nothing. As you hit, you would notice this spray of dust. Compared to the other crystals that you've struck, when you strike this one, it permeates with this similar orange dust that begins to float and drift upwards. Everybody roll me a perception check.
Oh no.
Sildra would look back at Morana, and as if it wasn't her fault that it didn't break off, she would look back as if she was questioning Morana's intel, not her own strength.
It might take
All
another
different.
moment or two.
By the way, Alaric is on this boat. He's glorying at Morana from over Silura's shoulder.
Maybe we should switch our avatars positions.
Just to kind of visually
Why?
represent where we are.
I'd probably be right here.
Okay, so I'd probably be right around. There we
I'd be
go.
on the other side of the mic.
Sildra really looks like she
Oh.
enjoys the physical labor.
Anyone else rolling perception?
I see nothing.
Okay. As you all are stood here sort of judging in this situation, trying to figure out what's happening, what's not, you would hear one of the prisoners go, "What? Hey! Hey!" In which you watch as him sort of struggling with his pickaxe, as you watch it begin to sort of violently shake in his hands, eventually wrenching itself free of his grasp. as if taken by an unseen force.
Ilra would look at Marana and Yuria.
You watch now as other prisoners, at least the other two that are near you, the pickaxes are pulled from their hands as other more discarded weapons, broken or otherwise, begin to drift up off of the floor.
Ilra will throw her pickaxe as fucking far as she can. Hell no.
That's not it.
Uh-oh.
Okay, way to rob me of my pickaxe, apparently. One moment.
I took it. It was mine.
Maybe you could give it back, that'd be great.
No, it's mine. I'll keep it. It's mine.
I love it when Founder decides that tokens all share the same name, apparently.
Oh no.
Scuffstream. Here we go.
Oh no.
I keep it. It's mine. I did it. I changed all their names.
No.
You monster. You diabolical fiend.
Ew.
I would twist my mustache, but I do not have.
I will twist the air instead. I will pull my own hair across my face and twist that.
Quiet, you're busy being a pool floaty.
You watch as pickaxes
Leave me
begin
alone.
to float off of the ground. Where did
I
you
throw
discard
it?
yours?
This way, as hard as I can.
Okay.
What? I can only throw it 2 squares? God, I'm weak. She looks kind of downtrodden at the at the length she got from
there's
the
a
rock
moment
throw.
where you're throwing it, and about halfway is when it suddenly gains its own like gravity and everything like that. So it stops mid-air and then begins to float.
She would put her back to Alaric, poised.
As the pickaxes begin to float, you watch as the heads of them turn, sort of looking at everything that is nearby, as if they had eyes. You watch as it brings itself down onto one of the prisoners. That's where we're going to take a break.
That's terrifying.
When we come back, it's initiative.
It's happening again.
Rotation made
Oh,
this
that's awesome.
look way cooler than it actually is.
I'm gonna crack open another cold one, boys.
I have had some rogue energy, so I apologize if I'm talking too much. Ah!
No such thing
No,
as
Kyle.
talking too much. I'll be back in just a moment. We'll give us 15.
No such thing.
You know, ironically, I was asked by Rogue Energy if I had any content creator friends who were interested in.
Wow, that was the creepiest sniffing and breathing I've ever heard. Thanks.
Did you say
That's
nah?
the creepiest one. And how long have you played with?
That's fair. No.
Are you
No.
sure?
I remember before he streamed, there was even creepier shit.
I'm like, are you sure?
Ask him about the whole Edirod arc. Just ask him about that sometime. It'll be great. It'll be great.
Edirod arc. Oh, what is that?
Yeah, ask him about it.
I'm-
Hate it. Hate it.
I'm interested.
Kellen knows.
I
Kellen
already
fucking
love
knows.
I love it. I don't even know what it is, but I love it.
A second.
Man,
I caress your face.
oh dear.
Smell like children's shampoo.
Oh, I don't like that.
Kind of up there in that vein of creepiness.
Ooh.
How long did the DM give us?
15 minutes, long enough for
I
you to
don't remember.
Oh, very good.
off, as you know. as you
Indeed. You knew the question that came after. You knew.
I've known you for over a year now. It's pretty obvious.
Tristan, my lad, understand. Be right back, everybody.
Gosh, I can't wait to be y'all's roommate. It's gonna be beautiful. I'm very excited.
Why? You're gonna like come into our rooms unbidden and just be like,
No, I'm gonna be excited.
be like, hey,
Hello, I'm here to be friend. Be my friend or die.
Yeah, pulls out knife or die.
Mama busts down your door. Hello, kitten. You haven't been replying to your Discord messages.
I've
I
been
hate that.
punishing
Shut the fuck up. God, what is wrong with you?
every Discord moderator ever.
I like that nickname. Don't fucking ruin it for me, you freak.
It's been ruined for a while.
Wait, what are we ruining for people?
No, I hate it.
Let me see if I can find some context for you.
Stop.
Oh.
Stop.
Hello, kitten.
Oh no.
No, no.
Oh no. Discord moderator's in. Oh no.
I don't.
The meme's really funny. Everyone here's seen that meme, right?
Everton.
The meme?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, kitten.
Hello, chat. Jacob asks, when do we get to see the Arcanist and Sir Armand do a dad off?
Ooh.
They're on completely different continents, so probably not anytime soon, I'm afraid.
Things can be arranged.
What happens if our characters get together? Do I have to roleplay both of them at the same time?
Indeed.
Indeed.
I've yelled at Vincent enough about my brother in character that he's threatened me having to RP Sebastian and Yuria.
Ooh.
The threat is there.
I would like that.
No, you wouldn't.
I
You
would
wouldn't
like that.
Delicious.
Yeah, very good. I had a little bit of rogue energy.
Good.
I had coffee
Oh
and
my
sushi.
god. I pressed play on that stupid video down. I was like, who's calling me? Who's Discord calling me?
Hello, kitchen. Oh, that's not the meme. What's the one with the Attack on Titan dude? Come on, it's a classic.
Okay.
I'm gonna find it.
How is everyone? I hope everybody's enjoying themselves.
Here it is.
We were told to ask you about Errand Arc.
Oh no, the Eterod arc. Remember that?
Oh, Edharad. Yeah. Facing off against the Butcher
Fuck
and
that.
Edharad. That was from my
Fuck that temple.
that was from my first ever campaign. It was a reskinned version of the land known as Mauritania from RuneScape. There is a this sort of farming hamlet that they found, and it's Caladan, Azaius, Phalith, and I forget what Valen's character's name was.
I think Valen was playing in that one.
He was playing his sorcerer.
Yeah,
that
he was
was-
a dragon sorcerer, yeah.
I thought that was in
Dragon.
that was in Caitlin's game that he
Nope.
played.
No, he was the Hexblade in Kane's game.
Yeah.
So they arrive at this farming hamlet and are immediately met with hostility. They had just saved the other town over, known as Canifis. They're heroes there, right? And they arrive at this new one, and this new one's like, please get the fuck out. We don't want you here. We don't care what you do. We prefer that you take whatever trauma, whatever harm you're going to bring to our people, and please leave. And Azaius is a little hot-headed and gets told by one of the commoners, or one of the peasants, to basically fuck off. You know, you're a knife ear, you're no good. Basically saying all this hurtful shit to try and get him to leave. And the entire time the tavern keeper's like, please don't fight. Please, I beg you, please don't fight. And Azaius fights, and he goes 100 and kills the dude. Like, fucking breaks his neck. Kills him right there in the tavern, and the tavern keeps like, oh no. And in walks the Butcher, this man clad in dark plate mail, wielding this monstrous cleaver. And he walks in, he produces this currency for the
Bloody
body.
coin, yeah.
Yeah, these bloodied coins to the tavern keeper, picks up the body by like the scruff of its neck, and then walks out. The party try to stop him, and he just pushes past. And they follow him to this this decrepit windmill. And every
Meal.
time they look away, he vanishes, right? So every time they look away, he's further ahead of them. They eventually follow after, and they clear out this cult that's in there, or these cult members. There's this werewolf that's like transformed horribly. It has like this cosmos-like interior of its body. So like its chest cavity is burst open, but there's a sprawling cosmos inside of it. All of the cultists have this weird, like distorted look to them. Some of them are like super bulbous and gross looking, like their flesh is all distended. And they win by the skin of their teeth because I didn't know what challenge rating was. And then they descend deeper within. They find that they're in this
Underneath that fucking windmill.
Yeah, they're in this labyrinth-like maze now, and the walls
The
are
gooey walls.
yeah, the walls are covered in this like thick, viscous liquid that's like slowly dragging down the walls. It's this putrid smell, and they enter the first chamber, and they fight something that
Nature?
they fight this homebrewed monster that
Hate it.
do you want me to explain? Because I know you're squeamish about it. So
I will put myself on mute. Just let me know when to come back.
okay. Oh wait, does she mute? I assume she's muted. Okay. They fight this creature that has these strange, spines on its body, and it erupted outwards with all of these spines. And what the spines were parasites, and it the spines like wormed their way under the skin and then birthed new creatures. And it was effectively this like ever-growing fight where like if you didn't kill the host, more of these like larvae and stuff would spawn. However, one of my players at the time I didn't like body horror or things that went under the skin, a la the scarab scene from The Mummy. I didn't know, and I thought that scene was super cool and that it should be in D&D. So I think that's where we ended. That was the last session because it ended up being like a schedule conflict. Get the hell out of here! I don't want to see that.
What did I come back to? Jesus.
Regaling the first ever campaign.
Oh, the one with the what's his name? Pinhead, the Pinhead guy.
On back, and I think we ended when Azaeus went with one of the creepy McFuck dudes and drank some obvious fucking poison upon a pyramid of corpses.
Oh, that's right. You guys did clear the labyrinth. Holy shit, I completely forgot. Yeah, you guys went all the way through it, despite the obvious bullshittery that was happening. You got all the way to the end and met another cultist that was like, "Hey, we're friends. I don't know what to do. Why are we fighting each other? What's the matter?
You're real daddy material.
Hey, Zeus, you look like an impressionable elf. Why don't you come with me and drink this super cool Kool-Aid?" And he did.
And he did, and then we're like, what the fuck?
Because Zeus was not the smartest. And he did, and he had a great time. Problem was is that during the werewolf fight, Kellen and Azaeus had both become infected with lycanthropy. That night, as they're resting in their instant fortress in the farm, Azaeus transforms. He turns into a weresaber.
Were-Tiger, yeah.
Yeah, Were-Tiger. And he basically goes ballistic. He goes feral. And he like bursts out through the top of the instant fortress and like runs off into the swamp that surrounds the farm. And
Just like, he'll be back in the morning, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, he'll be fine. Everything's over that.
While he's a werewolf, how much danger could he be in, really?
And then we weren't able to play because of conflict with scheduling and everything like that. Azaius was going back to school, I believe. And I believe
there was school and work and
yeah, we didn't want to play without him, so we eventually just called the session there, or we called the game there, with one of the characters, or at least all of the characters, having some place in the world still. The most prominent being Phaleth Fairdragon, who runs the Fairdragon Union in Caresso, which is the Artificers Guild.
Oh, my sweet baby girl. She's a hot mess. I love her.
Now she's an alcoholic principal.
No, she's not an alcoholic. She's just a hot mess who's had a string of terrible relationships and now has massive insecurities once she's in a good one.
Is she in a good one?
Yes, she met her boyfriend in hell, or her fiance, or her husband, whatever he is now.
At all.
It's great. They both died, and they went to Turbo Hell, and then they got out of Turbo Hell. It's
I
great.
think
Actually,
she's coping.
These two would actually know who that is. Carter is Mordecai's son.
Oh Jesus!
Say what now?
Yeah, the woman, or the one, the man that Phaleth is married to is Carter, who is Mordecai's son.
Well,
better known as Kazardos.
We're killing him.
Okie dokie.
We have to end the line.
Uh-huh.
She saved him from Turbo Hell, so.
Going to fuck Blakestad and then kill Miranda's husband. That's on the bucket list now.
So that's on your itinerary.
Yeah.
This campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
List of to-dos.
Did any of you say fuck Blake's dad?
Yes, this entire party has to go fuck Blakestad.
There's a line. Get in line.
Over my
Take a
dead
ticket.
body.
Take a ticket.
We're fucking Blakestad.
Hey.
Absolutely.
Consider yourself lucky if you get sloppy seconds, and I wouldn't count on it.
Brother, I claimed that ass way before you even thought about it.
You can't claim his ass. You have nothing to claim his ass with.
Brother, we're human beings. We
Get
have
the strap.
inventions.
You can't tell me that.
Welcome back.
You can't tell me.
Welcome back. It's initiative.
It was like roll initiative. I have no time
Speaking
for
of
this.
getting penetrated by artificial things.
Oh Jesus!
Well, that's what you were thinking of.
Oh dear. Initiative.
Oh, you were serious.
Oh, okay.
Indeed, I am. I wasn't lying.
Oh no.
So the
Pause champ.
Indeed. What is she doing?
Walking the dogs.
Didn't I just hear her talk?
Probably.
I could have swore. Alright, I'll roll her initiative.
I'm back.
Oh,
These fucking pickaxes and their
Sorry, I had to run to, I wanted to rinse my bowl before it, got, gross.
Gross.
You know how, you have Alfredo, and, Alfredo sauce just gets fucking gross if you leave it there for too long?
Anything milk-based, yeah.
please roll
Yeah.
initiative.
Yes, of course, master.
Was that Alfredo good at least?
Oh, yeah. It was pretty good.
Marana.
Hey, Mazel Tov. Neat.
I still dig it rolls.
Nito Burrito. We got rocks to throw.
Roll me a perception check or investigation.
Perception or investigation? 15.
Okay. Yeah, there are some rocks on the ground. Let me know if it's on your sheet or not.
It is not on my sheet. It was removed last time.
Understood. Adding rocks to your character sheet.
Nice.
Wait, did no one else's pickaxe come alive?
Nope, just the one that you threw out of your hands.
What the fuck? Bullshit.
Good job.
Alright. Are they on my sheet?
It should be. You'll have to
Bludgeoning
equip it.
stone, yes. I do. There we go. Fantastic. And because my thing is 18, my dex is 18, I can throw it at 20 feet, yeah?
Correct.
Neato. Okay, that one's up. That's elevated.
Correct. That one would have cover as is currently 10 feet above you.
Neat. In which case, grab some fucking rocks and bonk on this motherfucker over here.
Okay, let's see it.
Let's see it. Oh,
hits.
yeah. Can I throw one in an offhand as well? Do they count as light?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. Just checking.
However, you do you do strike it, and there is like a visible reaction from this thing as it like cracks backwards like if you had hit it in its face, in which it sort of swipes through the air twice and now sort of aimed in your direction.
And seeing Siluril pickaxeless, and knowing that she could probably benefit the most, is going to kind of gently toss her pickaxe over to Siluril.
Okay, high or low?
Let's go high again.
Okay. Okay. You toss your pickaxe and it doesn't come to life.
And she goes, Siluril, go, take it.
Nah. And she would grip it. She would pick it up, I guess, on my turn.
Neat. That's my go.
Okay. It is the pickaxe. Let's see. It is the one closest to Siluril, in which it attacks. It sort of drifts down and swings at you twice.
Red?
What is your armor class?
13.
Its first strike misses, swiping wide, almost aiming for like your neck area, but manages to fall just short.
I bend down and it just goes over.
So it makes its second attack. Missing that one too. In which it would. You watch as it drifts upwards, not provoking an attack of opportunity.
Excuse me? Like up in the air?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I didn't mean to move it up.
I can't jump and get it?
It has an ability called Flyby, in which it doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity. Oh, everything's lagging.
Loaded dice.
Just maybe. Let me know if you can see that it has a modifier above its head.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's how high it is off of the ground.
What does flyby do? Again, sorry.
Flyby, it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks when it flies out of an enemy's reach.
That's why owls are amazing.
Oh, fuck that guy. Fuck this. Fuck that.
Okay. This one goes in which it attacks this prisoner twice. That hits. That one misses. However, doesn't matter. You watch as the pickaxe swings and connects into the back of this prisoner who is trying to flee. You would hear the yelp of pain that quickly becomes a gurgle as he perishes.
Oh my god! Frick that guy. Yikers.
Dame Sabine.
I'm gonna move into this one.
Okay.
And I am going to try and actually hit it with my manacle, not my pickaxe.
Interesting.
Because
Okay.
if these things are being magically animated by this dust, and these manacles can crack those crystals, I want to see if it can negate what's making that motherfucker fly.
Okay. Roll me an unarmed attack.
Okay, and it would be a strength.
You should have unarmed attack on your sheet.
Oh, there it is.
That hits. Crack! You slam the manacle up against the pickaxe. However, it's still floating.
All right, since I have the pickaxe in the other hand, I'm gonna swing the pickaxe.
Pickaxe is not light. It is, if you look, it weighs a lot.
Well, fuck. Then never mind.
Okay. It is this pickaxe's turn as as it rolls up and attacks the Arcanist. Actually, I know, lied. It'd have actually attacked its previous wielder.
Rebellion. Is it?
Yes. Rebellion that sees the death of another prisoner. As the pickaxe embeds itself into like his the crook of his neck, you can see like the gout of blood as the pickaxe wrenches itself free and then turns, the sharpened point now dripping with viscera. And then it is also going to move, so it cannot attack. Alaric.
Hello. Has Siluriel been able to acquire the pickaxe?
She has it, yeah. On her turn, she'll be able to pick it up and all that fun stuff.
Very well. Is this pickaxe within reach? Is it like ground level?
It is ground level.
All right. Alaric will pass by Siluriel and advance on. And he'll take a swipe at it with his own pickaxe.
An 11 misses.
Very well. That's my turn, sir.
All right. As you swing, you watch as the pickaxe catches your own, as it almost seems to be trying to pry it from your grasp. All right. It is the Arcanist's turn. The Arcanist, realizing the situation, he's going to... I just realized he doesn't have it on his sheet like he's supposed to. One moment. Okay. The Arcanist is going to swing with his pickaxe at the other pickaxe. Caught off guard, he misses. You watch as he brings it down, trying to strike at it. And again, these pickaxes seem almost intent to free the other pickaxes from your grasp. Yuria.
Does it look like the guards up north are going to do anything about this?
Roll me a perception check.
That tells me no.
For the moment, they seem to be intent on watching.
There's a faint curse that comes from Yuria.
The music.
She will circle around and try to help the Arcanist with this pickaxe.
Okay.
Right here. And then she's going to try to. I guess pickaxes are not versatile, nor are rocks.
Nope. But you would
I don't
have
think so.
flanking.
Yeah, she'll try to give the a swing of her pickaxe at the pickaxe.
Let's see it.
How do I do flanking?
You add a +2 to your attack roll.
Oh, I don't have a pickaxe in my
Oh.
action mark. Yeah, I gave it to. Or I lost it. And I never
Let's
got
add that to your sheet.
it. Give me that.
There you go. Make sure it's equipped and you'll be able to attack.
There we are.
That
Close.
does not hit, I'm afraid.
It's +6, smile.
Yeah, she swings and it completely like she does not do well with pickaxes.
Okay.
Just a wide sweep.
Whoosh. It's already sort of preoccupied with trying to grab his pickaxe that it doesn't even seem to register you. All right, that's your turn.
You said these pickaxes, it looks like they're trying to free the other pickaxes.
Indeed.
Is shouting a bonus action or free action?
What are you shouting?
I will wait till next turn. 'Cause
Okay.
It'll probably be a full action.
It is the it's another pickaxe's go. As it whoosh, sweeps down towards Marana.
Ah, fantastic. I don't have a pickaxe, by the way, just FYI.
Mm-hmm. As it makes its 2 swings against you. It is a natural 20. You are dealt 6 points of damage.
Oh.
Whoosh, this one like catching into your shoulder blade. As it makes its second attack. In which it rolls a nat 1. If you'd like, you could use your reaction to make a retaliatory attack.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see it. 16 hits. As you crack it in its head with your fist. All right. Siduru.
All right. Going to swing at this boy here.
Let's
With
see it.
the pickaxe I pick up.
Is that a, oh, it's a, okay. I thought that was a nat 1 for a moment. 11 does not hit, I'm afraid.
Damn.
Okay. You whoosh. Actually, you'd have missed this one anyway, as it's 15 feet off of the ground. Which means it would be
fuck,
out
you're
of reach.
right.
So I will let you move and attack a different one if you'd like.
I wonder how high I can jump.
Jumping that high and attacking generally don't go hand in hand.
What if I don't want to attack?
You can climb up.
It would still
What
be
if I
10
don't wanna
feet out of
attack?
reach.
I could jump 10 feet.
What are you trying to do?
I want to grab it.
Let me check.
Okay, if it's
Let me
that
check
high
my
up.
jumping rules. Hold on. I jump. The leap into the air of feet equal to 3 plus your strength modifier.
Oh damn!
You
I can
can
only
jump
jump
7
7.
feet.
That's a lot, though.
It is pretty good vertical
Pretty
leap.
fucking high.
So
Jumping in
D&D,
D&D is insane, but not tall enough to reach it, I'm afraid.
That's fine. I will approach this one and attempt to, I guess, grapple?
Okay. That's athletics. You grab hold of the pickaxe, holding it by its handle. Its movement speed is 0.
Does it stop moving around, or?
Nope. It looks to be more aggressive now. It's almost trying to wriggle free of your hold.
Do I still have an attack action, or is grapple my attack action?
That would be your action. So you are currently holding this thing and keeping it from moving.
Okay.
All right. That's your turn. This pickaxe is going to attack Sabine twice. Actually, Alaric, you're the one that hit it last, right?
Correct.
Okay, it's going to attack you with its 2 attacks.
Oh, that's nice.
Which hits. You are dealt 3 points of damage.
That hurt.
Sinking in, it's a very familiar feeling as it attacks
Indeed.
again. Hitting you a second time, dealing in another 3 points of damage.
It is a very kind pickaxe.
Reopening the wounds. Okay.
Remember me.
That is, it. You have a pickaxe in your hand, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It. Let's see. Nope, it's gonna stay there. Once everything starts working again, my lord. Ooh, a lot of lag right now.
Yeah,
All
my
right.
character was moved somehow.
Verona.
All right, neat. I'm gonna try punching the fucking pickaxe again.
Let's see it.
Hey.
Yeah, that hits. And
Sneak attack, 'cause
as
I have an ally.
Yeah. 6 points. This one, this is like a reverberating strike, sort of aimed at the neck of the pickaxe. You watch as like some of it splinters and cracks away.
And then Morana's just gonna seemingly sprint away.
Okay.
Hold on, let me measure that. Okay,
This
that's
is a barrier, so just be mindful of that.
let me double check. Okay. I got a grab by token. Doesn't do the measuring anymore. And she just like punch sprints away 40 feet.
Okay.
And as it tries to swing at her on her way out, she just kind of deftly like ducks under it.
Understood.
gathers more rocks. Do I have to roll for another thing to gather more rocks, or?
No, that your first perception check will yield more rocks on your next turn.
Okay, neat.
All right.
That's my go.
This pickaxe descends and makes 2 attacks against Alaric. That's a 20 to hit, dealing 3 points of damage.
It hits indeed.
Second attack. That is a 19 to hit, dealing another 3 points of damage. You can feel it like it's trying to unearth your spine.
Indeed, we're being mined. Lovely.
All right. This one is going to go. Let's see. Silveril and Yuria, both of you roll me a deception or intimidation check, please.
Good luck.
All right. This one rushes to you, seeing as you are holding another pickaxe. And it's going to try and disarm you.
Release my brother.
I growl. Free action growl.
Sure, it's an inanimate object.
That's fine.
Oh, it's an animated object. It has no perception of growling. This is going to be contested athletics to try and rip your weapon
Contest me,
pickaxe
baby.
out of your hand.
Contest me.
Okay, let's see your athletics. Both are awful rolls, but you managed to hold on to your pickaxe.
Damn.
Contest me. We're both.
See what that roll was. My god.
Trying to wrench it free, you watch as it rips back suddenly and then makes its last attack at you. Your armor class is... It misses. Just barely. The pickaxe sort of whoosh, swinging mere inches from your face.
As it misses, I squeeze really hard at the wood on the one I have in my hand, digging my nails into it.
All right. Sabine.
I'm gonna swing. Probably fail.
Held the wood very hard.
Not letting me roll. There we go.
A 10 misses, I'm afraid.
Back.
All right. Are you staying there?
Yes.
Okay. It is this pickaxe's turn. Yuri, I believe you attacked it last.
Yeah.
And you have a pickaxe in your hand?
I do.
It's going to try and wrench the pickaxe free.
Probably will.
This will be contested athletics. So go ahead and roll.
Let's go.
Yeah, despite hooking the head of the pickaxe into yours and trying to wrench it free, you sort of double hand trying to hold on to it, and you do. If a pickaxe could look surprised, it's this one.
Yo, this is some Fantasia shit.
And that's going to make its second attack against you.
Oh. Time to die.
That misses. Whoosh, swinging and sort of attempting to catch into your face. You manage to avoid it.
I don't
Alaric,
deserve this life.
holes are being bored into you. What are you doing?
So A pickaxe strikes Alaric's shoulder after his previous swing, which went wide. Another one cracked him on the back from his dead angle, sending him down to a knee. Then another, and his chest nearly hits the ground. And then a fourth, right, as I like to imagine, right on the back of his head, and his world goes spinning. So, Daisy, reeling, he loses hold of his pickaxe, gets up in a rush, and throws out instead a kind of staggered haymaker at one of the 17 mirror images of a pickaxe in front of him.
Okay.
Meaning this one here.
All right, let's see it.
He'll straight up just try to fucking manishly punch it like a barbarian.
Manishly punching it
That
has in
hits
fact
it.
worked.
You hit it so hard, in fact, that you splinter the wood at the neck and cause this thing to crumple as it perishes. If a pickaxe can perish.
Yeah, I suppose animated objects formerly inanimated just cease to be animated.
You watch as it like sort of sputters in the air and then collapses to fragmented pieces on the floor. All right. Are you staying there?
He's kind of haggard, shoulders held up, looking at the ground, snot on his nostril. He's staying right there.
Okay.
Can I shout as a free action?
It would have been on your turn.
Oh, okay, never mind.
All right. It is the Arcanist's turn, who's going to work with Yuria. Flanking, gets a +2 to his attack roll. He swings. It keeps taking away his pickaxe for some reason.
Yo, a wizard, you shouldn't have this. Get out of here.
It's quite literally the case. Okay. You swing. Making that a 15, which just barely hits.
This motherfucker can teleport to the fucking astral sea and he's like, man, I can't swim the pickaxe, bro.
He's a wizard.
He's actually very strong.
All right, dealing 5 points of damage. Whoosh, sort of sinking into its into the sort of wooden handle. You watch as long segments of it splinter apart. Okay, that is this turn. Yuria, your turn.
Yuri's going to... So they're locked in containment, or like pickaxe is locked. She's going to unhook it and try to basically overhead it right on where like the wood connects to the actual pickaxe.
Let's see it. You get a +2 to your attack roll because of flanking.
How do I add that when I attack?
You just add it afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Just keep it in mind.
Brain hurt. For minimum damage, let's go.
Ah, it's okay.
So that would be an 18 to hit, dealing 2 points of damage. Causing it to drift low for a moment, almost hitting the floor before it's sort of staggering, pulls itself back up to its floating position. It's still standing, but if a pickaxe could look mortal, it's this one.
This thing is looking like a lot of things. I think I'm going crazy.
Okay.
I think I'm projecting emotions on a pickaxe.
Are you staying there?
I can't move without it giving attack of opportunity, right?
Correct.
Then yeah, I'm staying here.
All right. It is the other pickaxe's turn, being held by Siluril. It's going to swing at you. It is a 16 to hit, which it does. You were dealt 3 points of piercing damage. So it swings again, trying to wrench itself free. That 9 misses, however. You deftly managed to avoid the swing that was aimed right at your face. Celeradal, it's your turn.
With my one pickaxe, pickaxe, I will hit this one pickaxe
Let's see it.
in the brittle parts of its body. Handle.
Mm-hmm. "14 just barely misses, I'm afraid. Your pickaxe head is caught by its. This sort of clash of steel that sends sparks everywhere. You do no damage, I'm afraid.
I squeeze it tighter.
Okay.
It moans.
You're...
Before the end of my turn, I'd like to look around me to see how everybody looks like physically.
Sure. We'll call this a perception check.
Great.
You would realize Marana's nowhere near you. And you would see Alaric, who is bleeding profusely. Alaric looks the worst off.
Again.
Just like you found them back then. Just somehow standing.
A repeat of what happened yesterday.
I can do this all day.
Can I try to move with this thing in my hand?
Yeah, it'd be half of your movement speed.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna move here with it in my hand.
Okay.
And that will be my turn.
Understood.
She looks like she's backing up, trying to, like, bolster against him, for reference. As in, please don't run, I'm trying to... I'm trying to protect you.
Marana.
Alright, sorry about that. My mic cut out. So am I able to gather more stones?
Yeah, like I said.
Okay, neat. So gonna wander into range. 5, 10, 15, 20. And yeet at this one right here.
Okay. Let's see it. Ooh.
Nope.
You, it's in this moment that the sort of fatigue of the day, right? The fatigue of your time being here, away from like nutritious meals, actual rest, away from stress and everything like that. That's when it shows, is when you throw, and you can feel your shoulder sort of strain in the moment, almost pulling your shoulder out of your socket. But you
the
don't.
manacles are just very heavy.
Indeed.
Alright, neat. And the rocks aren't light, so I can't make a bonus action. So I will simply just continue my movement over here behind Sabine.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. The one that's been attempting to unearth Alaric's heart is going to continue doing so.
Goodbye, everybody.
There be boys in them there hills.
I've got to go.
Alaric, it is an 18 to hit. 3 points of piercing damage render you unconscious.
Indeed.
So we're going to mark you with the unconscious tag. As the pickaxe sinks into your back and sort of wrenches itself free, the splattering of blood that follows, the bloodied pickaxe head turns to you, Marana, as you were the last one to attack it.
It smells fear.
In which it makes its second attack against you.
Don't like that.
A 13 misses.
Yep,
Your 14
sure
armor
does.
class. The sort of wide arc of the swing splattering Alaric's blood as it does so.
She hisses at
What?
it.
Okay, what happened? Sorry.
Alaric's unconscious.
Fuck. When did he become unconscious?
Just now.
Just now.
How? Sorry,
Whack.
sick.
It's okay. You cut a pickaxe to the back. The pickaxe, having recently been attacked by Marana, follows after Marana.
Silura would have, used protective wings instinctively.
Post the card for me?
Oh, that could easily turn it from a hit to a miss.
Sorry,
It's okay.
I needed to
Not be on the mic.
You grant a proficiency bonus equal to your proficiency against the attack roll, potentially causing it to miss.
Proficiency is 2 right now.
So his armor class, it rolled an 18, I'm afraid.
My proficiency is +2?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the, if you look at your sheet, it's the bonus underneath your inspiration. That is the bonus that you give to armor class. That makes sense?
So what did he roll to hit?
He rolled an 18 to hit. Alaric's armor class without any armor is 11. So you'd have made his armor class 13.
Damn, just too short.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can use it twice.
Yep.
Damn. Okay, she wouldn't have used it. Sorry, Alaric.
All right.
Okay.
It is this pickaxe's turn. It's going to try and wrench your pickaxe free of your hand. Siluru.
No. Mine.
Contested athletics. It is not yours.
It will be mine again.
Your pickaxe is wrenched free of your hands.
The one I'm holding or the one I'm grappling?
The one that you are using to attack with. You've been disarmed. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Then it's going to make its second attack against you. That is a 24 to hit, dealing 3 points of damage. All right. Sabine.
I'm gonna move over here to this one. And I'm going to swing. If it lets me.
A 14 just barely misses, I'm afraid. Are you staying there?
Yes.
Okay. That is your turn. This pickaxe, recently struck by Yuria, is going to swing at Yuria.
Wait.
That is a 19 to hit, dealing 3 points of damage. It swings again.
Stop it.
It is a 17 to hit,
Stop it.
dealing 3 points of damage.
Ah!
Whoosh, whoosh, as it's just sort of burrowing a hole into your chest. Alaric, please private roll me your death save and share with us a memory.
When sharing memories, I suggest turning down the music because it's kind of indie.
I was going to pause the music.
Great minds think alike.
After he sends me his roll.
I am. Let's see.
Okay. Please share with us a memory.
Okay. Yeah. As Alaric is struck, his world fills with an empty crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white and hollowed-out noise as he's forced into sweet unconsciousness. A little bird, a chirping, tweeting bird, then starts ringing in there in this silence, but not like that first crackle. No, it's a small chirp in a cage of distortion far away, kind of like a distant network of summoning noises, calling to him as he's taken by the night. Then this ocean of sound breaks. There is a silence, and from its silence, from the depths of this silence, a man's old, cracking voice emerges. Sorry, I heard a thing. Is everything okay?
Yeah, we can continue.
Okay, so as I was saying, there is a silence, and from the depths of this silence, an old voice emerges. Is it wrong to want greatness for you? And Alaric, he is packing, stuffing a bag with things, with banal, unimportant things, unfitting for an adventurer, and he knows it. A hand mirror, a tea kettle, a particularly ornamented brush. I fear I am not meant for greatness, grandfather. Perish the thought, please. That's it for now.
Thank you for the memory. It is the Arcanist's turn. Flanking the pickaxe with Yuria, he gets a +2 to his attack. $14. Falling just short, I'm afraid.
This piece of fuck. I'm taking his golden sword when we're done.
Yuria.
Fine now. Alright, with the thing currently embedded, or attempting to embed itself into her chest, she's going to try to strike it with the, with her manacles. The, magic, nullifying manacles, to see if that will have an effect.
You're gonna make a unarmed attack?
Yeah, if the manacles are an unarmed attack, then yeah.
That's it.
Very well.
That would make it a 12. You just miss.
Balls.
Woo, swinging wide. This almost very, very obviously untrained like hook that falls just short. All right, are you staying there?
Yeah.
Okay. Sabine, you were the last one to attack it. It's going to, despite being grappled, going to try and make its attacks against you.
Okay.
A 7 misses. Makes
She
its
just
second
kind of
attack.
steps to the side.
10 misses.
She steps to the other side.
Despite its best attempts, it can't get to you. And it's still grappled. Siluru.
You are just holding onto it.
You are currently unarmed. If you would like to pick up your pickaxe off of the floor, it is half of your movement speed.
Can I try to use the one I'm holding to attack with?
If you are trying to use the animated object to attack another animated object, it will be a disadvantage, but you may.
Hit a motherfucker with a motherfucker.
That's what she would do.
Okay, let's see
She's
it.
holding it. In her brain, she said, I'm holding it. It should be mine to hit with.
Roll to attack.
Okay, it's control.
Control.
Okay. I would have been screwed either way.
As you swing it, it's this this wild swing as the pickaxe sort of wavers and sort of pulls against it, so you can't put your full effort into it. This is doable. It's just very unruly.
Okay. Bonus action, I will use second wind.
Okay.
Yeah. God, that 20. God, that like 10 looks so sick.
It really does.
It's a cat face!
All right. That sort of surge of adrenaline rushing through your body as you regain your hit points and are healed back to full. All right. You're staying there on your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Marana.
All right. Question first. To go up these ledges, how much of movement is that?
They are just like last time. So though it's 5 feet, it will be 10 feet of movement to get up them.
Even with the climb speed?
Oh god, how did we roll this last time?
I think I just went for it, man.
Roll me an acrobatics
If it's 5
check.
feet, I was gonna say, if it's like 5 feet up and then, then yeah, double move, I guess.
Yeah, they're effectively going up. These are effectively difficult terrain.
Alright, I'll accept that. But first, I am going to try and punch the one in front of me.
Let's see it. That hits.
And then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Alright, neat. I'm gonna end up all the way over here.
This would be sort of hard for you to pass through, given that they are sort of very tight together.
Okay.
You're gonna roll me an acrobatics, however. We'll see.
I will try.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know
There
it.
I go!
All right.
Punch, woof, just like vaults up that lip and then just disappears behind one of the stalagmites.
All right. It's gonna follow after as you attacked it. And it has a fly speed of 50.
Fly speed of 50?
It does.
Fucking hell.
So now there is combat happening behind the stalagmites as you crack it in the sort of neck and rush away. You would.
I did not know.
It basically reacted by following after you.
All right.
Do you have a pickaxe in hand?
No, I don't.
That's right. You gave it to Siluro. All right. So it's not going to try and disarm you. It's going to make 2 of its attacks against you.
Ah, crap.
An 8 misses,
God.
but an 18 hits.
Ah, crap.
So you're dealt 3 points of piercing damage.
Eh.
All right. It is its turn. It is now this pickaxe. Having seen that you just try to use its animated brother, it's going to try and wrench him free of your grasp.
Mine!
Contested athletics.
Huh. Not like a disadvantage for him to try to roll, to pull something from my hands?
No, this is using one of his attack actions to try and disarm.
But I'm not armed.
You are armed with he's effectively trying to end the grapple.
But I'm not armed.
Athletics, please.
Just saying. I'm not armed.
You are, and you still are, as it fails to pull its brother free. Instead, making its second attack against you. That is a natural 20. You are dealt 6 points of damage. Oh, it should have done it. Try that again. There we go. As it fails to pull its brother free, it sort of uses that opening to connect into like your clavicle.
Oh, fuck, not my clavicle. I like that.
All right. Sabine.
Gonna try and once again to bat the thing in front of me.
Let's see it. That definitely does it.
Get it, girl.
Uppercut. Boom.
Get it.
As you, despite Siluro holding on to it, Siluro, you feel as it goes to limp, as her pickaxe connects into yours, the one that you are holding, and you would feel the sort of heft of it, the pickaxe head break away as the handle is broken.
She looks mildly offended.
Okay. Sabine, what else are you doing on your turn?
I'm gonna
I'm just
roll
being
my
honest.
eyes. I'm gonna roll my eyes at the
It's
mildly.
mildly.
She looks at the bleeding clavicle and she kind of goes, "Okay."
You're talking. You're effectively talking. You're like pulling a weapon away from someone who would want to die with a weapon in her hand.
You still have a stick. Get to it.
All right. Are you staying there?
She's going to see if there's anything I can do in regards to the other pickaxe, but Silveril is in the way, so I'm going to move over to this one.
Okay. Yoria, you were the last one to attack it.
But I missed. Oh, he missed too, didn't he?
He
God
did.
damn it. Goodbye, world.
That's a 17 to hit. Dealing
Goodbye,
3
world.
points of damage.
Oh, boy. You sure it doesn't want to disarm me?
Natural
Sure
20.
Good.
You are rendered unconscious.
Yep.
Not prone. Unconscious. There we are.
I mean, prone is technically true.
Alaric, please private roll me your death save and a memory.
I shall be continuing the memory.
Let's hear it.
All right. So we're back, and this old man who once spoke, this figure, this crooked former shadow of chivalry itself, then surges forward. He takes Alaric's wrist with an erring strength, wrenches it up until it is almost as though a bridge between their faces that are now very close and edged towards one another. When this happens, Alaric's body out in the surface world sort of seizes up. What do you run away from, boy? Why won't you say? Alaric doesn't answer. Instead, he tries to break free, to pull away, but he finds he's unable to. Not for a lack of strength. He's come to find that his grandfather's voice is almost disarming. It strips him of strength, of vitality in both body and features. The more he talks, the more his languid voice drags on. The only mistake one can make is to be afraid, Alaric. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward, boy. That's it for now.
Thank you for the memory. As combat resumes with the Arcanist's turn. He is flanking. +2 to his attack roll. Finally. A 24 to hit. Oh, wait, that was the wrong character sheet.
This asshole.
Let's try that again.
I swear to God.
Thankfully, he hits.
Motherfucker.
Dealing the necessary amount of damage, which is, it had 3 hit points left. So rolling minimum damage to end its suffering.
The worst dad.
He's no Sir Armand without his magic, I'm afraid.
I feel
But
that.
it has perished. Yuria, please roll me your death saving throw, please.
Get the music.
I do it after the roll.
Okay.
Calm down. Okay. Please share with us a memory.
The garden trees had turned a wonderful hue of red and crimson on the branches. Little else was alive in the estate garden in that chilled autumn air. The boy, my first potential suitor, tried to impress me with charm, wit, fancy words. I knew, however, he reached too high. I was out of his league, and so I scorned him. He did not appreciate that. He grabbed me. I slapped him. He struck me. When I hit the ground, he knew what he had done, and he had retreated from the garden, running like he'd seen a monster. I did not cry. I got up, I left the garden, and in cold fury informed my father of the incident. I never saw the young boy again, and eventually I forgot to care about him. That is it.
Thank you for the memory.
Biatch.
As combat resumes. Silverbill.
Jesus Christ.
Beat a motherfucker with a motherfucker. Beat him with his
Your-
dead friend.
Pickaxe is on the floor. It is half of your movement to pick up.
Oh, pick it up.
Okay. You may roll your attack.
She will, free action, kind of call out to the guards. There are people who are going to die over here. Do you think that Lord Hane would be glad to see his favor die on your watch? She will turn to attack.
Sure. Roll me a persuasion check. All right. Let's see your
Why
attack.
was persuading them?
That's a perception check, not a persuasion check.
Oh,
Oh,
try that
Yeah.
again.
sorry.
Thank you, Pit Boy.
Also don't know why I'd be persuading them, but
You're trying to get him to do something.
That doesn't.
Clown's
What
got our
the
back.
fuck is
Why is
that?
what the fuck?
Why is Thomas here? Why is
Why'd you
Thomas
say-
here? Why is Thomas
I would like to be clear. I did not put that
You
on my
absolutely
dice.
set it to that. There's
I
only
did
you
not.
have control over that. Only you.
Put that on my dice.
Only you can control that.
It must have updated and changed because I did not put that on my dice.
A likely story.
Would I lie? Come on.
framed, bro. I swear, bro.
You know me. I'm not some fucking like, oh, I'm gonna put this in here to troll. Lol.
Let's see your attack roll.
I would have.
Hold
I
on.
wish I had that.
Getting rid of that before I roll. What the fuck
Do it, do
happened?
it, do it, do
Paris
it.
in front of everyone. It's like
How do I
high
even
school, bro.
get rid of that? I don't even know how to get in there anymore.
You go to your
Deity.
configuration settings, you should see
Okay.
something called Dice So Nice.
I don't see that.
Flip it, bro.
I do not see Dice So Nice in my configuration settings.
You should see Core, System, and Module, right?
Uh-huh.
Go to Module. And go to Dice So Nice.
I did not set that. I'm trying to be very honest with you.
Okay,
I didn't set
I believe
that.
you.
It took me a whole like 10 seconds to realize what was on my screen. I thought I was in like it was some sort of Skyrim mod for a sec. I was like, what? It did not register.
Yeah,
It's okay. It's okay. Just roll me an attack roll, please.
I was more intrigued with the mustache that Thomas had.
Stop.
For all it's worth, Thomas did have a great mustache.
I thought I was tripping, dog. Yo, what's in this coffee, bro?
That hits with a meaty 8 points of damage. Big damage. This thing, in one swing, almost looks like it's ready to fall apart.
I guess you could say it was steamroll.
I want to be level 2. Level 1 sucks.
Indeed it does, I'm afraid. That is your turn. Are you staying there?
15 feet. If I move, it'll attack. Wait.
It will. Although it will be at disadvantage as it is currently above you.
Nah, she'll stay here.
Understood. Marona. Off in the corner, you face off against the other pickaxe.
I'm gonna disengage.
Okay.
First, I'm gonna crawl up on the wall like sideways and move to here.
Okay.
And then that's the first 45 movement I have. And then the second 45 movement I have will be to...
Are you dashing as an action?
Yeah.
Okay.
Disengage.
I assume
Full
bonus action
just
disengage
whoosh.
and then full bore sprint, right? Should have cunning actions, right? As a level 1?
I don't think you get that till later.
Oh.
Okay, so then actually...
Then your action would be disengage.
would be full 45. Let me...
The action would be the disengage, the movement would be the move.
Yeah, and the movement would be to move.
Okay.
Well, actually, yeah, no, that's correct. Movement would be to move. So, correct. Thank you, Sabine. Oop, so yeah.
Wouldn't you still be here? Disengage doesn't give you more movement.
Let me double check. Sorry.
It's alright.
I eat this and engage. Oh, there it is. Disengage allows you to traverse across enemy-infested space without fear of being attacked. Increase his speed by 30 feet when he is in the enemy. I think the disengage is the action that I'm
Correct.
taking,
So-
and then move is the move that I'd be making.
It happens in tandem, right? So your action's to disengage, which means you don't provoke an attack of opportunity, and then you would move your 45 feet. If you had cunning action when you get level 2, your bonus action would be disengage, then you would be able to move. Then your action could be used to dash to move another 45. It's all good.
Yeah.
So you end your turn there. Or not end your turn,
Yeah.
but you move there.
And she'd look to her companions and say,
Something sneaks after me.
just very haggard.
All right.
And I don't know if I could potentially get the guards to do something, but Silderell has already kind of seen to that. She's yelled at them.
Indeed. You would see that the guards, at the start of your turn, though they don't look like they're engaging in the fight, you would see that one of them is currently like fingers to his temple, and his eyes are closed, and it looks as if he's concentrating on something.
Okay.
It's them.
Okay. Neat.
All right. All right. God, you move so fast.
I could have that or observant.
Let's see. It would.
I didn't attack it.
That's right.
I
God,
don't
you
have
move
pickaxe.
so fast.
We'll have to fix that, he says, writing down on his notes.
It's gonna go for Silverell, given her proximity, and she doesn't literally teleport.
Fucking spider monkey.
That is a 19 hit. You're dealt 3 points of damage. It swings again. That one misses with a 7. Whoosh, just barely aimed for your temple. The other one that is near you. Let's see. You don't have... Oh, no, you do have a pickaxe in your hand, right? You picked up yours? He's going to try and disarm you. Contested athletics. You managed to keep your hold on the pickaxe. However, a 23 does deal 3 points of damage to you. You are rendered unconscious.
What did it roll?
I rolled a 23 to hit, dealing 3 points of damage.
I thought she healed herself recently.
She did. She's been attacked this entire time. Okay. It is not going to move. Sabine.
I pick up a rock and chuck it at the one that I've been trying to... The one that actually just moved.
Yeah,
If
roll
it
me a
mo-
perception check.
No, if it moved there, then I'm just going to move this one with the pickaxe.
Sure.
Give me a second. Step in. I'm going to try and swing again. Nope.
10 misses, I'm afraid. Are you staying there?
Yeah.
Okay. Alaric, please roll me your death save. And share with us a memory.
Did he die?
No, I am having
Touch
a little bit
base.
of lag. I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
We do a little bit of latency.
Okay.
Nice. I guess I should finish the memory.
Indeed. I believe he disconnected again.
Mm.
Hi.
Welcome back. Share with us a memory. Your final memory. He disconnected again.
Damn, he died in real life.
All right. We'll come back to him when he is alive and well. It is the Arcanist's turn. He is not flanking. But a 19 hits. And now he rolls good without flanking.
This piece of crap.
It was
That's how it
Yuria.
works.
It's Yuria's fault.
It's piece of crap.
Motherfucker.
As he slams his pickaxe into it, sending it to the ground and sort of splintering the handle. The pickaxe head is left to writhe for a moment before falling short. Yuria.
Hi.
Oh. We'll see if you're here for longer than 3 seconds, and then you can share with us a memory.
Yes. Shall I start from the beginning?
Please, yes. Yes.
Okay. Where we left off. There is nothing but silence between him and his grandfather. A constipated silence, heavy as tin. And his grandfather in this memory is nothing more than a disembodied voice and a vaguely humanoid form woven in shadow, speaking to him from afar and growing further afield with every passing second. This echo of the past then warps, it shifts, reforms, and from its former puzzle a new one emerges. It is Alaric still, but he diminishes and shrinks into boy form. It is his grandfather still, but he wears a smile rather than that solemn look. Alaric's backpack now is instead full of worthy accoutrements for a would-be adventurer. A toy sword, a wooden shield, a horse toy shaped with clay. Looking up now, hopeful, beady eyes, glistening with wetness. Will I be watty, Babu? They stood together there for a long moment after the question, watching one another. Alaric anticipating an answer, his grandfather looking thoughtful, until at last. That is for Shelir to decide, little one. Now put that away. Go play with your sister. You can adventure some other night. The world will be waiting for you. And Alaric does. He sets aside his backpack and happily runs off to frolic with Class J, with his sister. And now he's stable.
As your eyes walking through the door to go and meet your sister, your eyes blink and open, and you find yourself surrounded in the warmth of the cavern, laying on your back, eyeing the ceiling. A pickaxe floating overhead. A grisly reminder of what has happened.
Just close your eyes again.
Yuria, I need your save and your memory. All right. Whenever you're ready.
A few weeks later, while my brother and I were studying outdoors, I spotted my father escorting the parents of the boy. They were crying. He was leading them outside of the estate, uncharacteristically sympathetic to their state. I stared at my father, watching him pat the shoulders of the crying mother as she bemoaned the sad loss of her child. That's it.
Jesus.
Okay.
Ooh.
Silaru,
Intriguing.
please share with us a memory and send me your death save.
Okay. Let's see.
The way you do that is make sure it is set to private GM role.
Not blind general?
Blind would mean that you wouldn't see your roll at all. So you would basically just send a roll out there and not know if it was good or bad.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Share with us a memory.
There is a flash of light and sprays of blue and purple powder into the air as it floats and wafts through the air. A very young, very young elven Silderil stands in what seems to be a square of a little, almost stone hamlet, where many different houses are around her, and they're large and tall, and they have immaculate finishes, and these sprays of color go around her, and she's dancing. It is with ribbons tied through her hair as they take on bits of the powder, and the powder falls upon her, and she doesn't seem to mind. This isn't a bad powder. This is a part of it. And she's smiling as she spins and twirls, and in the memory, she's holding hands with someone. And switching between her hands is the hold of what seems to be a male's hand, a much older and caring grip as they dance through the streets.
Okay. Thank you for the memory. Morona, at the start of your turn, with the immediate heat that is here, there is an even more intense one. As the guard that is stood there, fingers pressed to his temple, sort of eyes closed, you watch as the air in front of him ripples, and then splits momentarily like ripping parchment or fabric, as the hooded figure, the one that you had saw next to Lord Hane, is the one that emerges.
Neat. Anything else?
Yes.
Okay.
Lord Hane.
Oh, fuck.
It got worse.
It got worse. Oh, why did Alaric get moved? Okay.
He shouldn't. There we go.
Well, I don't know. That was not my doing.
Ooh. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, that is their turn as they make their way into the battlefield. What are you doing on your turn?
Neat. Sweet. Fantastic. 5 feet. I'm going to yeet stone at that one.
Let's see it. As I turn back on the combat music.
Oh. 12 is going to miss.
A 12 misses, I'm afraid.
You were cheated. Did you see that?
Yeah, I know. And because I only move 5, I'm going to fucking run 40 here.
Mm-hmm. You would see that the hooded individual is the one that's sort of gesturing you towards him. As if like, yes, like get behind us type deal.
Yeah, I'd like to take another look at the hooded figure as I run by him.
Sure, roll me a perception check.
No, I'm just like getting out of there.
Indeed, adrenaline is surging currently.
Got it.
All right. It is the last pickaxe's turn.
Hi.
You are stable. You're unconscious still, right? So you don't roll death saves anymore.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So you're laid out on the floor. And this thing isn't smart enough to discern if you're breathing or not, right? It just knows that you stopped moving. Let's see. Sabine and...
It's me and Rainer closest to
So
it.
Sabine and Morana. Roll me intimidation, deception, or persuasion, whichever you'd prefer.
Okie dokie. Ooh.
Okay. It is going to make its attacks against you, Sabine. As I lag.
As I lag.
I'm lagging, Pog.
Lag champ.
Lag champ.
Everything is lagging. Holy shit.
It hates you.
Oh,
I've inflicted
Oh,
my weather
there we go.
upon you.
that is an 18 to hit,
It hits.
dealing 3 points of damage.
Okay, she takes it, kind of blocking to avoid it hitting center mass. She blocks it with her arm.
Okay. And that's a 14 to hit,
Just barely hits, yes.
dealing another 3 points of damage.
Once again, taking it to the arm.
All right.
And is it my turn next?
Correct.
All right, then I'm going to swing, like, as she blocks and blocks one fluid motion, pickaxe up and down and swing again.
Let's see it.
Nope.
A 4 does not hit, I'm afraid. Whoosh, swinging wide. All right. Are you staying there?
I am accepting my duty as tank. Hopefully Rainer can hit it.
Okay. It is Lord Hane's turn. Striding
boy.
forward. He doesn't even unsheath the sword on his back. You were wounded, correct, Sabine?
Little bit.
Okay.
I am 8. I have 8 hit points out of 14. I'm sorry, 6.
Okay. Give me just a second. Taking its sweet time to load.
God love that.
Hane had too much girth. He's lagging Foundry.
Indeed. More so just everything is lagging.
Dramatic
Okay.
pause.
He's going to use Baleful Interdict. In which you watch as his fingers curl and sigils begin to form on the palm of his hands. Reaching out, he grabs the pickaxe, his other hand grasping very harshly your arm. As he, let's see. As he rips 9 hit points from the pickaxe and invokes it into your body.
Oh, she's gonna look at him like, huh. Thank you, my lord.
You watch as the pickaxe withers and begins to erupt into this flame as he does, and you can see the sort of snarl that he has as he curls his hand tighter until the handle and the head crumble into this like infernal dust.
And he still has my arm too?
Yes. And with that, combat is over. Lord Hane, turning his attention now, still, again, gripping your arm very tightly. He doesn't let go as the figure in the hood behind him begins sort of muttering to himself as this...
I'm sorry. I was going to say, would I recognize the language?
What languages do you speak?
Common, Draconic, Elvish, and Sign Language.
You would not.
Ooh, okay.
It's sort of very harsh sounding too, as his hands sort of weave together, clutching it into a fist and pulling it upwards. Yoria, Siluril, and Alaric, all of you are healed to full.
Sabine is taking deep, calming breaths because this is the second time he's entered her personal space uninvited in 24 hours.
Oh no.
God, I wish that were me.
Go ahead and heal yourself up to full.
I still have the unconscious.
I'm taking it off. I'm done.
I'm dying. I'm rolling.
Almost with an accusatory tone. You swinging your pickaxe at him?
No. That was me putting something up, and whenever I clicked on my character sheet, it automatically rolled it over.
I was like, this is about to be a way different
I
encounter.
start swinging.
Woman, thank you. Bye.
Ooh, end boss time?
So-
All right.
Sildra would wake up, right, from that and just, like, start swinging with her pickaxe into the air like she's still fighting. She's just panting, almost growling, like snarling. She's like, what the fuck?
She's looking at his hand grasp on her wrist, like she's not faking the meekness or anything. She's just kind of looking at it, kind of looking up at him, looking back down at it, looking up at him.
Oh, it's not your wrist. It's like your bicep.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like it's...
He sort of, again, very roughly pulling you to look at him. You can see the snarl, his upper lips curling, revealing those elongated canines. What happened here?
Well, we uncovered a piece of crystal down to the base, and we struck at the base. Dust came up, and then the pickaxes kind of lurched themselves away from people's grips, and ones that were on the ground animated and came up and started attacking people. So that poor fellow over there, that poor fellow over there, knocked Alaric on his rear, Siluril, and Yoria.
Alaric, who in the background is just now coming about, sitting up, touching his head, feeling the blood all over again.
And we took to defending ourselves and others from these pickaxes. And she's looking at him. She's looking at him directly in the eyes as she's saying all this.
You can see the roll of the jaw, right, as it tightens for a moment. Very roughly, not like shoving, but there's like pushing you away, if that makes sense.
Rolls her arm. Thank you, my lord. And she goes back to helping up Yuria.
You can hear that reverberating inhale as he's looking at Alaric and Siluril, and then his attention drifting to Yuria.
Because that's where she'd be walking to help her up.
Yuri would be sitting up with her hand on her forehead. She
would reach her arm out to help her up.
Half expecting it to be Raynor at first. Her expression seems hopeful, and then she sees Hane, and her face quickly drops into this cold, placid look, like a dead woman. Then she gets up.
He's sort of surveying the entire ordeal. Turning on his heel, he sort of grunts and begins making his way back to the hooded figure. Your time here in the mine isn't finished. Clean up your mess.
Yes, my lord.
Marana, you would watch as Lord Hane sort of unceremoniously grabs the enforcer by his collar, sort of lifting him off of the ground, in which he shares very harsh, quiet words with this man, in which you would watch the man's expression grow blanch, sort of the color draining from his face, as Lord Hane shoves him down, sort of turns to the hooded figure. We're done here. He does pause, though, and give you a look. This sort of long stare as the hooded figure is conjuring again. Just sort of watching you for several long beats.
Yeah, she squares up, just standing tall, her chin raised, and gives him kind of like a light tilt his way.
You can see as like his when his mouth is closed, you can see like his tongue sort of pushing out against the bottom of his lip as he pulls back and grins wide in your direction, sort of scoffing and shaking his head with a small laugh as he and the figure vanish.
Cityril's pissed.
The
Quick
Arcanist.
question: would I recognize the spell?
We'll roll it our con check.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? Oh no, now I'm launching the wrong browser right now. I'm sorry. I'm letting loose tonight. My apologies.
Pornhub.
Oh, that's acrobatics. My apologies. I rolled the wrong thing. 14.
Okay. Yeah, you would recognize it. It seems to be some form of a teleport spell. Though the manner of the spell seems different.
Okay.
The Arcanist sort of tossing his pickaxe down with a heavy, sort of labored sigh, looks back to you, Yuria. Are you all right?
Quiet snort. Was that the cornered beast you wished to see?
There's a sort of like forced chuckle. I just simply wish to know if you're all right.
As fine as we can be here. She straightens, sort of loses the self-deprecation.
Let's help the others.
Lorel would be reaching for Ulrich to help him up if he'd take her in.
Alaric, Alaric was looking off into the distance kind of haggardly, and when he feels Siluriel's hand pawing at him, he absentmindedly reaches over and grabs her back to get up. His feet shuffle all over as he straightens up, kind of off balance, right? I don't imagine those floating things will help us mine now, huh?
Probably not. We were trying to kill them after all. Come on, best we get up.
What about the other prisoners? Are they all right? It is at this point that Alary looks for the other two.
As you are pulled to your feet with Siluriel's help, you would see the most prominent body being the one laid out on its stomach, unmoving.
Is he all right?
I'm afraid more than likely no.
Alaric, hearing the Arcanist, doesn't quite look away from the corpse. Just staring, not blankly, but seeming shock at things. And then he looks to the guards. Did they just stand there? They did nothing.
They did not join us. If that's what you're asking.
Morana shakes her head.
They did call Lord Hane. But they did not raise their hand.
We. Alaric looks down to his feet. His toes dig into the earth, into that gravel floor below him. Only we can save ourselves, it seems.
There's a very small, apologetic nod. I'm afraid here, the only thing you can do is rely on your friends. If you have friends at all.
Why the hell did he heal me then?
Your guess is as good as mine.
That makes no sense. Ugh.
Let's get us...
Might want to keep you for later.
Can we not say that out loud, please?
Of course.
You did ask.
Well, he was making pretty eyes at you.
Cyril's expression goes placid again. Like weird back and forth curl thing.
Meanwhile, Morana just frowns.
I do not believe this is a competition. Let's gather some crystals and
Yes.
be done with it.
Cyril's like looking over herself, like, I fucking... Ugh. Like, just like looking at all the... Obviously no marks are left because she was healed, but she's like, they've got to be here.
The only thing that would be left is a heat, like a residual heat, more intense than what your skin normally gives off on the areas that you were hit. No scars or marks or anything like that, just this residual heat. I'm going to ask this for the sake of brevity. I'm going to allow one person to roll to determine how well the rest of your time in the mine goes. Who would like to be that person?
What are you rolling off of?
I volunteer.
Okay. High
I can't
or
assist.
low?
Hi.
High.
I take all responsibility if this goes wrong.
It's not that it goes wrong. It's that you yield no crystals. The rest of your day is spent toiling in the earth or shoveling gravel or pushing carts, resulting in no crystals yielded today.
Can I do a thing?
What are you attempting to do?
I'm gonna take the the cloth by this guy over here and use it to bind my wounds.
Okay.
He's fucking dead.
You're stripping him of his rough spun clothing?
I will, kind of cut pieces off or pull pieces off.
Okay.
I'm not gonna naked the man because that's not what I do.
Does he have shoes?
Nobody has
No.
shoes.
Damn.
Nobody has shoes.
Nobody has shoes.
But yes, I'll take his shirt and the unbloody pieces I will use to create a bandage for myself.
Sure. Just for the sake of it, roll me a medicine check.
Sure. What is this on new macro? Okay, I don't know what that is. I did not create that. All right, medicine.
Is this like an action that's performed
No.
actively? Because if it's throughout the night, Alaric has proficiency in medicine. Could he help her make the bandage?
I was gonna
You could-
say, if I
If you
see
could
her
help.
rapping,
Yeah, I mean, you could help.
If you have proficiency with medicine, you may.
I do.
All right. I shall roll again. Okay, that's much better.
Much better. Instead of you horribly
Hurting myself.
disrobing this figure, you do manage to sort of rip off strips of the rough spun tunic to sort of wrap and bind your wounds.
I would
Do
tell
I
her the
heal-
appropriate way to rap.
Do I heal any hit points at current?
No, if this was like an actual
Okay.
bandage or something, maybe. Currently, you're just sort of RP stemming the flow of blood.
All right. Sounds fair to me.
Okay.
For the sake of roleplay, who helped her?
Looks like Sabine did.
All right.
Sabine, if you could move your token to mine, that'd be fucking swell.
No,
Thank you.
you've got cooties.
No! Fuck
Sil-
you!
Silver, what are you doing? I saw that you moved next to one of the fallen figures.
Doing the same thing she did to the last one, just crossing his arms and just like a field soldier burial, Can't actually put him in the ground because you got to keep going, but at least you can give him some kind of
Laying him out straight, crossing his arms over his chest, closing his eyes type deal.
just something like she would do on the field if she needed to move on. But just
Understood.
something.
The rest of the night goes without incident, but does not yield any crystals. And it appears that all of you are kept from dinner as well. Either by Lord Hane's decree or simply being forgotten. You do eventually get pulled back into your cells as the evening winds down. Is there anything any of you would like to do before we take the long rest?
I would like to partake of my medicine, thank you.
Sure.
Since we were denied dinner.
Yuria would start scratching marks in the wall to measure how much time, like days.
Sure.
Cyril would sleep.
I would sleep.
Okay.
Alaric will try and commune with the Wildfather again.
All right. Roll me I believe we did this as a religion check last time.
Indeed.
All right, so roll me a religion check. as we map transition.
Meanwhile.
Ooh.
Oh, I thought you were snapping count.
I'm afraid your eyes close. You attempt to open yourself up to the Wild Father, to Shilier, but find no purchase, I'm afraid. Meanwhile, as all of this is happening, as the evening is winding down, Kellen. Oh, is he there?
I don't know if I'd be there if it was 3.5 hours before I could speak.
Kellen?
Yeah. I think he's in the bathroom.
Hello.
He's in the bathroom. He's on his phone. Go knock on his shitter.
You live with him. Go
knock
him.
on his shitter.
And we can just move on. It's fine.
I want to see it.
No, he has to face high tide now.
Kellen.
It's
Telling us.
DM check fucking CTF talks. Jesus Christ.
Screamed him. I screamed.
Oh, okay.
In the bathroom. Stop being in the bathroom.
You relieve your body.
Stop it. Stop doing that. Pinch it off. Hurry up.
Kalanos, you haven't
All
responded
right.
to your DMs. Daddy is getting
My
upset.
God! Wow, that is such
We got D&D. Come on.
faster.
I hate that. Please stop.
No one cares about a little turtle head, bro. Come on.
Just
It's
run,
like a crayon.
run to your computer
like a
real quick
crayon.
and roll me a con save. That's all you have to do.
It's like a marker. It just keeps going.
Just scurry across like the ring lady.
Oh, no.
Just hold it in. Oh, you live with that. You would have to see that in the hallway.
I don't have to leave my room. I'm fine.
What are you afraid of? The musk?
That's fine. We'll move on while that's happening. I just need him to roll a con save is all to determine how many points of exhaustion he'd have. It is.
You should roll for him.
I'm not going to roll for him.
He's a grown man.
No,
It's what he
if I
deserved.
roll and I roll bad, it's going to be like, well, why'd you roll for me? Which is what literally happens every single time. You're going to roll your rolls.
Just look at your pings, you degenerate. LOL, I'm going to kill myself.
Okay.
You didn't have to read his messages out loud. It is the start of a new day. It is the 20th of God's night. All of you are in your cells currently. Either being woken up by your internal clock or not needing to rest as long as some of the others. You would hear the idle sort of scrape of individuals walking around in armor, some muted chatter, almost vague in the distance, barely audible, but you can hear just the sort of white noise that's being made as figures are talking. You would hear laughter sometimes, and then just back to sort of chattering guards keeping themselves occupied while prisoners sleep. Still waiting for Kellen to get back. All of you, roll me a perception check, please.
Okay, perception.
I'm back.
Awesome.
I'm dead asleep.
You private rolled me that, by the way.
Whoops.
It's fine. We'll keep that.
My shame.
Alaric, and Sabine, you would hear the grinding of the mechanisms of the platform. As we transition to Kellen. Kellen, there are periods of time during your rest. What's up, Marilla?
Sorry, I thought it was muted. I said, oh no.
Okay. There are periods during your time in the Bastille where high tide is almost all that there is, with very few moments in between where the water recedes, allowing you to sort of catch your breath, as it were, only for high tide to roll in again. This would be your second day in the Bastille. I need a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay. Constitution. Is it gonna do it? No. Okay. Nope.
Okay. Please mark on your sheet that you have a second level of exhaustion. Though you are able to keep yourself from drowning, you're holding yourself up, being pressed up against the grate, and sort of just trying to cling on with your fingers to keep yourself from really being submerged. It is incredibly taxing on your body, especially without being able to eat. It is a physical toll that you are taking. One that is, thankfully, interrupted as the platform lowers and the doors open, and you hear a familiar sort of scraping of plate mail as the heavy footfalls of Lord Hane approach your cage as you are pressed up against the top. He sort of just stares at you for a moment, just watching.
And it's still full of water, I'm assuming.
It is.
Well, all he can really do is float there, I guess. Stare back, I suppose.
How are you feeling, Greywatch? Well rested, I hope.
I have room to speak, or is it like nothing? Water basically chokes me out instantly.
I mean, your like face is pressed up against the cage top. You'd be able to talk.
It's been a good workout, but I feel like I'm probably about as strained as your ethics, Lord Hane.
The somewhat neutral expression spreads into a wide grin.
Even now, 2 days in the Bastille. I see that you are something special, Greywatch. You are interesting. You've served your time and annoyed some of my guards with your talking. But it's fine.
I'm sure they'll suffer greatly.
Open his cage. Bring him back to his cell. We'll see if the Greywatch returns anytime soon.
Sort of gestures with his hand, a very subtle shift of the wrist. As you hear the grinding of the door as the water pressure sort of builds up before fading entirely, in which the water sort of not stills but relaxes compared to the sort of constant churn that you had felt. the crystals that control and sort of absorb or take away the water are activated, and the water begins to recede, but you are slowly lowered back to your feet. The guardsman walks over and pulls on the wheel that controls your cage, slowly opening it as Lord Hane extends a hand.
I take it this is the only way I'm going to get out of here.
You can try to get out on your own.
I'll stare at the hand for probably a longer moment than is necessary. Then clasp it like around the wrist.
Taking hold of your wrist the same way. There is a motion as he pulls you upwards. And it's sort of like this, in this moment at least, this strange, unnatural strength where he sort of hoists you up higher than what would be necessary, right? And sort of allowing you to either land on your feet or sort of crumple on the floor.
He'll stay on his feet as best he can. I'm not really sure what the limitations of 2 points of exhaustion are, but...
Well, let me read them to you. You have disadvantage on all ability checks, and your speed is halved. So instead of moving 30, you move 15 currently.
Okay, well, I can still get on my feet, I'm sure.
Indeed. Lord Hane sort of grinning at you for a moment, gives a small nod and a very firm sort of pat on your shoulder as he turns away and begins making his way through the door, gesturing you to follow.
Come along, Grey Watch. You missed all the fun yesterday.
I'm sure we have different definitions of fun. He'll follow along.
Opening the door, he... What's up?
Is the fisherman guard there again?
No. It appears that after your talk, that fisherman guard hasn't been seen back in the Bastille.
Man, make nice friends and get them killed.
He gestures you onto the platform.
Platform's fine.
Waiting for you to step on. He steps on. It's just you and him as he closes the door behind him and gives a sharp whistle as the platform begins to rise. He's not watching you, at least not currently. His attention is sort of shifted upwards, just sort of watching the distant skylight that is there, this sort of constant ripple of clouds. And even here you can feel the sort of faint trickle of rain, though it doesn't really matter much as you are currently soaked head to toe.
I'm going to start, like, squeegeeing myself off as best I can, shaking off water, and then lean against the wall just for a respite.
There's no wall to lean against. It's just the solid platform. It's like a lift with no walls or anything.
Okay. Well, he'll just stand there, like, trying to squeegee water out of his clothes with his hands. Like, pull his shirt off and, like, wring it out, shake it a couple times before putting it back on.
Your companions traveled into the eastern mine. Would you like to know what they found?
Are you going to tell me if I say no? But by all means.
If you say no, then no.
Well, go ahead. Beats the awkward silence.
They found animated weapons that attacked them. 3 of your companions fell unconscious. Almost 4.
That's the second time that's happened, hasn't it?
The animated weapons, yes. Your companions falling unconscious? Yes.
Oh, I mean, the weapons, but I suppose also that.
You're going to solve a problem for me, Greywatch.
Am I?
You are. Unless you intend on staying here. I always have need of... He sort of eyes you up and down. Men of your stature.
What for?
Be thankful that your time in the Bastille did not end with an interruption of a more feral variety.
I've heard monsters come in.
Indeed. There appears to be a similar case in my mines as well. You and your companions are going to deal with it for me.
Not to be uncharitable about it, but I suppose we should get down to business. What is the quid pro quo of this matter? What do I get out of it?
Improvement to your accommodations, should you so desire, or a request.
Now, you denied my last request, so how do I know that I can even trust that?
Ask for something more simple this time.
That was a pretty simple request.
Was it?
Indeed, I only wanted to talk.
His eyes narrow on you.
He's not being deceptive. He's quite honest. So,
I mean, you already know that he's incredibly skeptical and or paranoid with how he talks, right?
I'll just spread his hands at him, like shrug, like. Ugh.
I have intentions of speaking with Lady Lamodia first. Afterwards, do this for me, and we can have that dinner you so desire.
I'll see if my opinion changes by then. But if I'm to work, I'll need things. Obviously, I can't solve a problem of magical floating attacking weapons with my bare hands.
Some of your companions can.
Half of them going unconscious doesn't sound like that was a very good deal. If you want us to actually be successful, we'll need tools.
I am well aware. I would not send you into the Bastille to fight threats from the ocean bare-handed, as amusing as it would be. You all are far too valuable for that. And I have many uses for you and your new companions.
The platform, again, grinding, now comes to a halt. The familiar black cells of Hane Keep. As the gate opens, he gestures you forward.
Tell the others, Greywatch. Be prepared for this evening.
Not even have any time to recover.
Do you need it?
It wouldn't hurt.
Do you need it?
If I'm going to work, I need to be at my top shape.
And here I thought the fables were true. Go to your cell.
You know why they call them fables? Because they're usually fake. The truth is a bit more interesting, however, but I'll let them know.
You are guided forward. Hane seems to be following for a moment. You can go ahead and put yourself in your cell.
Is it this one? This one.
Sabine is stepping forward, trying to get an eye on Kellen to see if he's okay.
At this point, Alaric would have been pressed up to his cell. He's got his arms. Would they fit through the bar?
They would.
Yeah, he'd have them through the bars, and he's leaning in onto his elbow. Ranger, you're alive. I knew you'd come back to us.
That's the rumor.
Suppose the rumor came true. How are you?
Wet, tired. About like that. But apparently we have a task.
What?
Oh, our esteemed host wants us to solve a problem for him. Something that you're apparently all well aware of, the whole floating weapons thing.
It's far more than that, Greywatch. You should be regaining your strength, not talking.
You said to let them know.
I'm here. Wait till after.
Okay.
Oh god, I don't see him from my point of view, by the way. I thought it was gone.
Meanwhile, Marana has been like resting in bed. She just like bandaged her wounds and just like, nope.
Marana, you would hear the sort of tapping at your cage as Lord Hane sort of strums his clawed gauntlet up the length of the bar.
He sits up in bed.
Good morning,
Yes, my
Lady
lord.
Lemuria. I wished to extend an invitation.
An invitation, my lord. Another?
Indeed. From what my enforcers told me, you are quite capable. As to be expected, and to sort of fit with my understanding of Malgrove. Not some waifish, sickly woman, but something more. Tell me, did you enjoy your meal yesterday?
You could see where he's standing, the light backlit. His features are almost dark, cast in shadow, but you can see the grin.
It was most unexpected, but enjoyed nonetheless. Very thoughtful of you, my lord.
Good. Good. Then you'll join me this evening for dinner.
He kind of kind of gets up, smooths out her clothes first, again making sure they are decent, and does a little bit of a curtsy before Lord Hane. Of course, my lord. Whatever my lord wishes. But I would request just a little while of rest. Please.
It'll be this evening. I will have my enforcers bring something for you to wear.
She gives him a bit of a smile that is nearly genuine at that point. And again, curtsies. Of course, my lord. As you will it.
If you require healing, I can have my enforcers bring you to Jeva, should you so desire it.
I believe I will be able to better perform at tonight's dinner if I was not feeling the aches and pains of today.
You can hear as he watches the hand sort of curls tightly around the bar as you say that, and you can hear that like reverberating inhale. Gives a slow nod.
Understood. Guardsmen, take Lady Lamordia to the alchemist. I will have words with the other.
as he steps aside and one of the enforcers approaches and opens your cell.
Yuri would have been looking at Hane's back this whole time. Is there any details on the grimoire that he holds?
Yeah, roll me a perception check. 13. Given the light that is cast on his back, you would make out the details. What languages do you speak?
Common, Elvish, and Undercommon.
There is scripture on the cover of this book that you do not understand. But it looks like harsh symbols, like very jagged, sharp symbols that are sort of more so pressed into the book than written on it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And you would notice sort of smaller details, like the chains themselves have spikes on them. Lord Hane gives a nod to the enforcer, who turns and begins sort of pressing his hand to your upper back to sort of like push you forward.
Wow, okay, creepy. Okay, bye.
Lord Hane turns to look at everybody else.
Marana just takes in his stride, FYI.
Indeed. You are led up here. And you are led through the doors once it starts working.
Door stuck.
Door stuck.
You chicken dick sucker!
Wow.
Lord Hane,
Dinner, bro.
sort of rasping his knuckles along the bars in front of Kellen's, makes his way, sort of looking at Yuria, looking at Alaric, looking at Sabine, and then his attention drifts to look at the sleeping Siluril.
She's awake.
You're laying in your bed, right?
Oh, yeah.
It looks like you're sleeping.
Okay.
You would hear a very heavy bang on your bars.
She would look up very placidly at him.
Wake up, Ward of Ashford. I would have words with you.
She would bend at her core, sitting up without any support from like her arms.
Sabine would walk back and sit on the edge of her bed, putting a
And
little
she
bit
would go ahead.
putting a little bit of space in between so he can have his conversation without thinking she is eavesdropping.
With that bumbling voice, I don't think there's gonna be a chance for eavesdropping. Everyone hears him. She would stand off of her bed and step forward. Yes, my lord.
It's this moment where he's sort of eyeing you, watching the way that you walk, seeing if there's any sort of stagger or sort of limp that you may have.
It is straight backed.
All right.
Core like a solid oak.
His hand sort of gripping the bar as he gives a nod, a sort of nod of approval.
As to be expected of House Ashford. Do you feel any pain at all?
There is pain. And there is pleasure. And right now I feel neither. My lord.
Good. I wished to congratulate you. Many other prisoners have fell underneath the weight of a pickaxe, or whatever abomination seeks to rise from the mines. But you interesting six, though you may have fallen unconscious, you may have bled, you did not die, which makes you very intriguing. So much so that the Grey Watch here will be telling you my proposition. Do well, and you may find your stay here in Hane Keep a more enjoyable one. Fail me, however, and it will not be the Bastille that you drown in. Am I understood?
Yes, my lord.
His focus is on you, Kellen.
As motivational as ever, Hane.
Lord Hane. Do not forget your place, Grey Watch.
Well, I'm gonna get that rest.
Alaric will intercede here, on account that he's behind Hane.
Well, he turns to look at you.
Well, good. He's had quite a horrible time in the Bastille. He's just tired. He knows you're his lord, I'm sure.
You were there?
Kellen rolls.
You
his
saw
eye
it?
and stack.
Because I can assure you, Alaric Kareem, his time in the Bastille was an enjoyable one, wasn't it, Grey Watch? Smiling and talking to my guards.
Oh, it was tip top. No, I mean, as far as torches go, I would have to rate it, about a 7 out of 10.
Even now, 2
Sabine
days in the Bastille, he talks back.
Sabine let out an exasperated sigh. Kellen, would you please just mind your tongue?
It is.
He likes it. Look at him, he's so amused. Aren't you, Lord Hane?
It is the exhaustion, my lord. I wouldn't listen to him.
His fingers sort of grip that connecting portion of the bar and sort of curl inwards. You can hear the either his gauntlet or the bar itself sort of groan in protest as he leans forward.
This is twice now, Alaric, that you've interjected for another. First Sabine, and now Kellen.
Alaric, as Hane leans into the bars, he rather visibly leans away until his shoulder, wet and pale, presses up to the stone, and it feels cold, very cold as Hane's stare. His vision invariably looks down, and his hands feel tense. He doesn't say anything back.
The fingers curl for a moment as he gives a very sudden shake and shove of the cage, or the door. It sort of scoffs.
It would behoove you, child of Belladonna, to mind your tongue.
He turns around and takes a step towards the bed. With a slow turn, he sits at its edge and looks at the ground as his elbows set upon each knee.
As that is happening, Marana, you would see on your left and right exactly what you see.
Yes, what do I see in those chambers?
We'll say roll me a perception check.
Sure, absolutely, my friend. If I can actually get to my fucking sheet. No, I don't see anything. I'm in too much pain.
Wowza. Yeah, the way that he sort of grips at your arm, sort of grabbing at one of the wounds that is there, sort of just pulling you forward now instead of walking with you. There are images of things on either side of you that look to be like beds, almost, in which you are led further in, past both of these, and are led into a separate room.
Of course. Again, I was told I was being brought to the alchemist first.
Indeed. You would see the long, stretching, what looks to be like a steel table of some sort, that is completely clean. It looks to have a singular white sheet spread over top of it, that is sort of hanging down. You would see that there are numerous bookshelves that line the walls, and the sort of desk and side desk beside a woman that is stacked with various books and pages, and she seems to be scrawling in a book for a moment. You would see the woman dressed in very sort of nice looking, like silks and cloth. You would see this sort of hanging overcoat type deal that sort of hangs from her shoulders all the way down, and sort of mixes in with the other clothing that she wears, giving her this sort of very long hanging sleeve look. You would see
I was going to say, would that track with what I know of alchemists of Mulgrove and Vinheim?
No, this seems to be more personal style. Like her own sort of look, as it were. You would see that she's wearing sort of dark leather gloves with these rounded framed glasses on her face. Her hair's pulled back, sort of held into place with a bun and two pins in the back. And she is currently in the moment of writing until you step in and she looks up. No shift in expression or anything like that. She just looks at you.
Marana will, of course, curtsy politely.
What is she here for? The guard sort of grunts and pushes you forward.
It is my wounds, my lady. I sustained few in a altercation within the mines.
I am not nobility. Refrain from calling me my lady. Sit.
Of course. I simply view respect where respect is deserved. Where my people are from, positions are held in the utmost regard.
And which area? Because I can only see the two different rooms.
Correct.
Which room?
Her room doesn't. It's Theater of the Mine.
Oh, Theater of the Mine. Okay. And she'll very daintily just go over and smooth out the area, sit on the table, smooth out the area again afterwards. Almost like she's kind of familiar with this process of physicians.
The alchemist is sort of walking back to her desk and plucks up what looks to be like a handful of tinctures and a small, weird round bowl. As she walks back, you watch as she peels the top of it off, this sort of very fragrant, very pungent scent that comes from it. Very well. Show me your wounds. And ma'am will suffice.
Okay. And she will do so, and she's like, if I may ask, what is your name, Doctor? Of course, addressing her by the proper, title.
She sort of watches you for a moment. Ma'am or doctor will work.
Very well, Doctor. I trust in your opinion. I was attacked by magically animated pickaxes in the mines. A most curious thing I've never seen before.
Ah, you're one of the survivors. You watch as she's sort of dipping this, what looks to be she has like a small set of tongs by the looks of it, and the other is this strange, either cloth or some form of fabric in the shape of a ball. As she's very gently dabbing it into the mixture, and she begins sort of applying it to the wounds.
Might I remind you, I am due for a visit with Lord Hane, so these scars will not do.
It will not scar. You will be seen by the priest. This is simply to cure any infection or disease you may have gathered.
She kind of nods and doesn't seem at all particularly perturbed by the alchemist's, ministrations. Like, all of this seems very routine to her. Like, she's used to it. And at some point she asks, Ma'am, may I ask, you're quite adept. Where did you study?
The sort of cotton swab dabbing over the wounds, applying this sort of slick liquid that is there that as it hits skin sort of clings in place. Originally, I served as a member of House Rofield, or House Steel, sorry. But well, let's just say there was a disagreement.
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that. I've known House Steel to be a radical in many other elements. Might I ask, what would drive out a particularly skilled physician?
A disagreement on ethics.
Ethics with the Beastmen? I don't understand.
Save yourself the worry, Lady Lamodia. If you are seeing Hane, she pauses, Lord Hane, this evening, then we'll make sure that you are ready.
I would like to roll potentially an insight check because she slipped up with that honorific.
Sure.
to see just exactly how she views Lord Hane.
The way that it is said, there is this air of indifference, right? This sort of lack of care for titles. Even when she said Lady Lamortia, there was this, like that type of feel to it. So it is very much the same way when she went to just refer to him as Hane and then caught herself.
It's okay with me, madam. We all share the same blood.
She raises her brow at that. Interesting. Well, I suppose while I have you here, what's in your medicine?
It's a curious mixture, one I've never been entirely privy to, unfortunately.
Is that a lie?
Not entirely. She has never mixed it on her own. She's
Okay.
never been privy to that as a means of control from her father.
What a douche.
So when you run out, you're out then?
Yes, unfortunately. My father supplied me with a good, about a month's long supply. He was being very generous at that, hoping my business with Lord Hane would conclude much sooner than that.
Well, from what I've heard, if you continue to act the way that you have, your time here might be short.
Oh?
But
Is that so?
A word of warning.
Hmm.
Lies only make him more interested. She says, leaning back and beginning to sort of wrap the wound that she has been tending to.
I see. Pardon me for asking. I understand this might put you in a compromising position.
Then don't ask it.
But surely I might know the people who are surrounded by me at all times. I'm not sure if I'm entirely safe.
And she fiddles with her, with the cloth belt nervously.
If your condition is what Lord Hane says it is, then it might behoove you to make yourself more appealing. I imagine that if you earn his favor, nobody will mind if bodies go missing.
Kind of, do I understand what she's saying here? That she knows?
She just said that if what Lord Hane says to be true, which is your condition, then, bodies going missing, nobody's going to blink or bat an eye, right? So she's going under the pretext that Lord Hane is correct.
Say that is correct. I would still need to keep it from my closest allies.
She sort of cranes her neck to the side, and you can hear her sigh heavily as she sort of pops her neck, reaching a hand up to sort of rub at it. Make yourself more enticing to Lord Hane and earn his favor, and I imagine that you will not have to eat in front of them.
if his theory is correct.
And he's going to kind of, I guess, ham it up in that if his Lord's theory is correct, then of course you would come and supply me medicine, would you not? Kind of give her a smile, not a warm smile, not a toothy smile, of course not. Just a smile.
For a moment, I knew that things in the world existed, horrors that rivaled human understanding, things that existed long before we. And when Lord Hane was overjoyed to inform me of your condition, I thought it the ramblings of a madman. But I see under that kind smile that you bear the guile that hides behind it.
May I still try to at least charm or persuade her into providing more medicine?
She's on your side. You can tell that already. She's just she went from very like hands off to now that you're sort of like, oh, if you provide me medicine. Now she's very intrigued. How did it happen?
A condition long before my understanding or creation, as I'm led to believe.
There are not rumors of vampires in Vinheim or Malgrove, to my understanding. But Grimwald, that would infer that your parents, your mother, traveled there. No?
Of that I am unsure. I would need to question my father further, but alas, he dwells in Malgrove, while I am stuck here.
Well.
Until then, neither of us will know.
It's a very different look that takes her expression. The very neutral expression that she's had, that smile that's there. There is this look of being intrigued is the best way to put it. This sort of excitement in a discovery type deal.
Until then, we might not know anymore, unfortunately. And Morana kind of gives her a pout.
On the contrary, in return for your medicine, once your supply does run out, you will let me study you.
We shall see how long that shall be, my good lady doctor. And she kind of gives her a very polite and genuine curtsy.
She gives a nod and begins tending to the rest of your wounds. As that is happening, the rest of you in your prison cells, what are all of you doing?
Is Hane still around?
Were you wishing to ask him something after his conversation with Alaric?
Probably not.
Okay, then he'd be gone.
would be brushing my fingers through my hair, styling it appropriately, trying to make the most out of the potato sack.
Ooh, actually, sorry. You do remember that along with your punishment in the Bastille, your equipment, your hair supply, and everything like that was also taken away.
That's why I'm using my fingers,
Ah, gotcha.
because I don't have a hairbrush.
All right.
Dear Kellen, her voice pierces the dark. You had a proposition from Lord Hane to explain?
Hold on. Where is Foundry? There it is. Yeah, just sitting on the edge of his bed, just kind of like hunched over for the moment. Resting, for the most part. It's probably best that I only have to explain it once. I should probably wait for Marana to come back.
Hearing Kellen's voice, Alaric snaps up, looking past the bars. He slowly arises from the bed and walks up to them, only that this time he doesn't hang off of them. Rainier, how long do you think before his patience runs thin and he decides that you're more trouble than it's worth?
Well, if that were the case, he wouldn't be trying to give us propositions, would he?
But how can you know? What if he just chooses to snap your neck and trust the next man that comes along on a boat?
I doubt that.
Then you're more hopeful than I. I fear for my life. How can you not?
Maybe a monster. But even a monster can be a cunning predator. The trick is not believing that he is in control at all times. He thinks he is. We have to disillusion him of that. By not bowing to his game, that is one way. And while you lot might find it simpler to kowtow and to play along, it's either not in my blood, or simply just the way that I choose to resist.
Look around you. We are caged in. This is not a chase. We're not being predated upon. We're prisoners. He can simply choose not to feed us and we'll die. He can choose to drown us and we will drown. He can choose to never bring us back from the mines and we will die to gods know what. By the fates, man. If you wish to die, then fall upon your pickaxe, but what of the rest of us?
Believe it or not, your safety and everyone else's is foremost in my mind.
Then you need to be here and not in the Bastille, Grey Watch.
He was simply making a point. And it fell on
And he's
me.
made sure that his point didn't sink again. You're clearly the same, haven't changed one bit.
And that's why he likes us so much.
You say that like it's a good thing.
Oh, it's definitely not a good thing.
Then stop enticing him with a challenge.
If I did that, then I would just be another pawn on his board, and I refuse. The trick is not that I resist him, it's that others see me doing it, and they have. The more people see that he is not fully in control, the more we do not have to worry about that. We will have allies.
He will kill you before that happens.
Well, now who's being pessimistic?
I am not being pessimistic. You need to be careful, Grey Watch. He is trying to beat you. You will regret it if he tries to break you. It is supremely easy to break someone. An entombed man with a drop of water is all it takes.
Worse yet, if you win this game, then he will kill you. In the end, you never win. So why even play this game?
Someone has to do it. And if you lot aren't going to help me, then it's a game of one.
There are other matters besides Lord Hane in this prison.
Such as
The other prisoners.
all of them who have been fooled into thinking that they are completely under his control.
Whether or not they think they are under his control is not the point. They do not like us. We are new blood, and we have been fingered out by Hane. And we've been lumped together, whether we like it or not.
So you're saying you've had no luck in making any friends? Can't say that I'm terribly surprised.
I suppose. I've had better luck than you, Kellen, in the Bastille.
Well, I didn't have to go to the mines for 2 days, so that was cool.
That is one way of looking at it, I guess. Regardless, I need your help.
Ah, the brass tacks. What is it that you need?
Creighton wants to kill us.
Wow. A brain-damaged person could have figured that out.
And he has friends now.
He has people that are more afraid of him than of us, that is all.
There are people who hate us now more than before. Because of the people we have spoken to. Because of the favor that has been given us.
Yeah, well, some people are always going to be jealous.
Those people are going to stab us with shivs if we are not careful.
One by one. Especially if we're separated by insubordination.
Well, don't separate then.
That is what I'm telling you, Kellen. We are separated if you end up in the Bastille.
Well, I'm not going to be shivved in the Bastille. I might drown or get eaten, but that's a different matter.
You're not listening.
I don't think... Oh, God. This is almost worse than trading with the Grey Watch. Almost.
Without you, we're less in number.
Then help me.
We need you. So what, you will hold us all hostage?
How am I holding anyone hostage? Do what you want, but I'm saying, if you want to get out of here, you need to help me.
With what?
We need allies. Turn those prisoners against the gods and against Hane, and we can defeat this place.
She snorts.
You had better watch what you say.
Well, we can turn them around.
Alric's, his face goes all waxen-like, corpse-like. He gives a brief look to his left and another to his right. And it is at this moment that he extricates himself from the conversation and moves on over to the bed.
Sabine's just been quiet the entire time.
Grand plans. Silence, at last. I'm going to sleep.
As you lay down, you hear the ding, ding. It's breakfast. Wake up.
There it is.
Of course.
Oh. Have we been working through the night?
Apparently.
You were able to get a long rest. Kellen was returned in the morning, and it appears to be like 20 minutes before breakfast. So as the
Okay.
conversation and everything was happening, breakfast is now ready.
Okay, so who gets a long rest?
Everybody except for Kellen.
Okay, everyone except Kellen. I'm just gonna put that on my sheet.
Sabine, your point of exhaustion would have gone away.
Yo.
Yo! Indeed, I get to have a sleepover with Lord Hane. I hate it.
Bring your onesie.
Okay.
I just want to intimidate him. That's all I want to
Intimidate.
Ever the rat.
do.
Lord Hane?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're certainly welcome to try.
Anything's possible.
Flex your arms in his general direction.
Silver topper of Doms.
I just flex.
I want to be the power bottom.
She's a monster hunter. What can you say?
Okay.
Hunter.
Sabine's just going to continue to give him the I'm not impressed look.
Who?
Face away from your doors and walk out with your backs facing us.
I'm still not there, are I?
Nope.
Ah.
You will eventually be led into the galley, however.
Fantastic.
Testing her leniency, she asks over her shoulder softly, "What's on the menu today?"
You can see them start like they're getting ready to fucking yell at you, and then they sort of rolls his jaw.
Eggs.
Delightful.
He sort of very pointedly eyes you up and down and then spits off to the side.
Leniency.
All right. They sort of wait.
Creighton.
Rolling their shoulders back. The bell tolls
Picks up.
twice. Ding, ding, as the door opens. What's up, Alec?
Sorry, my internet died.
Oh, good.
All right. Move.
Hi-ho. Hi-ho. It's off to breakfast we go.
You can hear, like, Sabine, you can hear Cyril's stomach, like...
All right. Let's do a sneaky little
kind of look.
map transition.
I've got many muscles to feed, Rob. Come on.
I'm struggling over here.
We do a little transitioning.
I am annoying the fuck out of my cat right now.
Stop that.
She's like, ma'am, I'm trying to sleep. Why are you drunk?
What?
Uh-huh. That took a turn.
As we transition over.
Oh, there I am.
That's
Yes,
me.
like I said, you would eventually be led into the...
Let's go.
Oh, no, I did not.
Let's go.
Hold on. Let me pull up my,
God.
breeding program. Yes.
Please stop.
We're getting
no,
all
no,
the
no,
good
no, no.
shit. What the
Let's
fuck?
go.
Cat's out of the bag.
no.
Silence.
Oh, wow, he put the echo
So,
on. Look at Marana, Jesus fucking Christ.
Roleplay.
Are you okay, bro?
D&D. Cease.
Yo, Freud called.
As you all are led in to the galley. Including you, Marana. You are led.
By the throat.
Oh, wait. What's lead in Morana? I wasn't paying attention.
Thank God you missed it. Nothing happened. Shut up the fuck up, Kellen. Delete his post, DM. Delete it. Thank you.
You all are led into the galley, of which there are no other prisoners yet. You may walk around as you see fit. Scylla fucking rolls onto the table.
Well, she would have been. She would have been first, so she would have just come this way.
You would see, again, Torug behind the counter. He's in the process of loading up a plate that you would see has like a rather healthy portion of eggs. And you would see what appears to be like a few slices of some weird meat.
Oh,
It's people.
Oh no, it's Long Pig.
As he pushes it forward.
She would still would smile at him, like it's like one of those like, hello.
You would notice as you smile at him, his left eye is black and closed. His bottom lip is split, and you would see that there is this deep, dark coloration over the whole right side of his face, and he has a bandage on his neck.
Yeah, she would look up from the plate up to him with this smile, and then as she reaches his face, there would be a visible, like, furrow of the brow of concern as she looks at him and reaches for the plate.
He doesn't look you in the eye.
Sabine would look to Nathan and give a soft smile, not the flirtatious one, just a nod, and walk down and get her food.
A similar portion is given to you, Kellen, of which you also see that Torug looks battered.
She just went over me on the line.
She jumped
She
over
cut in front of you.
She cut me off. All right, it's initiative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kellen just eyes him for a moment.
Walk forward.
Eyes him up and down for a moment, and then very quietly, "We need to talk," but doesn't say anything else.
Okay.
Takes his food. It's time to go eat.
Coming up, Elric looks at his sore gum, rubs at his sore thigh, sweeps his grimace up and down the cafeteria, unaware that it's even his turn. He doesn't even realize how messed up his buddy is. It's a sad fact, but pain only makes you sorry for yourself, and Elric has no room for pity for others. So he just takes his food.
Yeah. There's a grunt to get you to take your food.
He snaps aside, looks at him. It's a moment, and it's not a moment of recognition. It's more like, oh, he takes his tray and just moves off.
Sabine walks forward to take her tray, and looking at her face, that smile would fade from her face, and her head would tilt, and she would look at him, and then kind of go back to the other day. Did they jump you in the South Line? Yes or no?
His attention looks at you for a moment and then looks to Nathan, and Nathan is staring daggers into the back of your head. If you talk to the food line, your food will be removed. Take it and leave.
Understood.
Understood what?
My lord. She's visibly taking deep breaths because she's angered that he was beat. And she's trying to not direct the anger at Nathan or Torek. She's just trying to internalize it, compartmentalize it currently.
He gestures you forward with his head.
I get my food and I go.
I have a question.
Hmm.
After meeting with Lord Hane in the evening, do I actually have proper clothes to show for it?
Oh, no. Your proper clothes will be delivered tonight. Your meeting is with him tonight. It is currently morning time. It is the 20th of God's night.
Okay, so it's this evening.
Correct.
I must look presentable.
Indeed.
Indeed. Okay, so I will move forward in line up to Toreg and wait for my tray of whatever today brings.
Yours is very much the same way. Eggs and this strange meat. However, you also have a cup.
Of course, the juice.
The juice, indeed.
Bro, is that cranberry?
Yes, absolutely. And she'll, of course, give a polite curtsy to Toreg, as he obviously looks rough, and take her meal. She's going to position herself on the other side of the group. Hold on, that's not correct. There we go.
Okay. Yuria,
I wait for my food and the tray.
you're given your tray, your helping of eggs and strange meat.
Delightful. How's Torek looking? Does he look well?
Oh, did you miss my earlier description?
I did.
Oh, his left eye is completely swollen shut. His bottom lip is split. He has dark discoloration over the whole right side of his face, and he has a wrapping around his neck, like a bandage.
Unfortunate. Eerie has no comment to this.
Okay.
Just watches him, see what his reaction is to her. Takes her food.
He looks to be in pain. So there's no real, like, you can see when he tries to shift his expression, like try to knit his brows together or even like grimace, it just causes him to sort of stagger. It's apparent that his wounds weren't tended to that well.
Her lips purse, but she doesn't plague him with more telepathy this time. Wandering back towards the others, she shall sit across, like Morana.
Okay. You all have your helping of eggs and meat. Marana with your juice. What are you all doing?
Juice.
She's eating, but she's eating very slowly. She is visibly angry.
Have you noticed we're always the first in here?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? This is both out of character and in character. I couldn't hear you.
I said, have you noticed? Sorry, I was trying to whisper and it was too effective.
That's okay. You did good.
Have you noticed that we are always the first to enter this place before even the champions, except for, of course, Torrig, who's making the food?
Morana nods, just, I guess cutting the eggs, the scrambled eggs, if they're scrambled, into whatever portions they may be. But she agrees with Yuria, apparently.
I suppose I can identify this gray meat.
It's not gray. It just looks strange.
Oh, can I identify this strange meat by texture or smell or anything like that?
We'll call this nature or survival.
Nature or survival. Nature. Ooh, it's survival. Hey, 23.
It is a sort of very shitty cut of meat, more like flank meat.
Like it's basically beef of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well,
It's like cat food quality.
Yeah. It's like cube steak, but not tasty and deep fried. Fair enough. I don't know. Kellen just kind of quietly eats at this point. He's tired and hasn't eaten for 2 days, so it's food time.
And starving, yes.
After a bit of forking his blade, Alaric passes it over to the ranger beside him.
I don't need to be.
You back, Helen?
I'm glad to see you too. It's okay, Alaric. You're gonna need your strength as well, and I don't need to become corpulent.
I'm not hungry. Just eat.
We'll see. Yeah, he'll finish his first and see how he feels before he goes that route. You're really going to dinner with Lord Hane? To Marana.
Who is he addressing that to?
To Marana.
It seems I must.
She says, just taking a casual sip of juice. And then, of course, wiping her lips and then wiping it under the table.
Squint. But she's far enough away for him to not really notice much, so.
Can we tell that she wiped her hand under the table? Or is it like a dissimulated act? Like,
Marana, I'll let you choose if you'd like to just roleplay it or if you'd like to roll.
I'll try and roll a stealth. Here we go. Yeah, 18.
Not seeing
I
shit.
won't roll against it. It's just passive perception.
Okay.
And I don't beat 18.
You just assume she's being polite. Because she's bereft of napkins, so you assume that she's just wiping on whatever surface might suffice. As opposed to her lips.
I hope you'll be careful.
Did he say what he wants us to take care of, Kellen?
Yes, the floating weapons problem. Yeah, that you lot were almost done in. But apparently it's happened more than twice, and Lord Hane has gone tired of it, and he wants us to solve the problem somehow.
Somehow.
We suspect it involves diving into the depths or something of the matter. But at least he has agreed not to send us unarmed, which is something.
It's nice.
He spoke to you about this?
Yeah, on the elevator ride back up.
Oh, yours seems to be a lot more pleasant than mine was. He scruffed me by the back of the neck.
I wasn't trying to seduce him.
Neither was I. At that point in time, I was just acting staying away.
He smirks at her, just like, I'm just giving you shit.
The only, no offense to any of the guards, the only one worth anything looking at is Nathan over there.
Well, why don't you tell him that? I'm sure he'll be impressed.
Oh, I'm sure he can hear me.
Marana just kind of gives a
Yuria knits her brows together, this being the first time that she's actually sat down with the whole party. She makes no comment, though, and continues to eat her food.
Like, no comment. He uggo.
Man, this guy is a solid, like, 5 out of 10.
He's not even a California 5.
Not even California 5. Fuck.
He's holy shit. Do I need to be drunk first? The answer is yes.
Listen, as a member of the Order of the Rose, we learn how to see beauty in a lot of things.
Yeah, his, long nose and short dick are, charming.
That's
Wonderful.
lovely for your order. Please focus. Kellen, you were saying.
Well, anyway, he's going to send us off to go deal with this problem, and
Wonderful.
for the pleasure of it, I suppose we'll be getting the same reward as finding crystals or something.
Were those his words? Did he say that?
Yes. I pointedly asked him what was in it for me, and he just gave the same answer as, for working in the mines, basically. You get accommodations and things like that. So it's the carrot while he holds the stick.
Well, ways to reduce one's debt, as it were.
We
If you think
already had that privilege mining.
if you think that that debt could ever be reduced, I wouldn't fool yourselves.
I am used to many golden cages.
This one's not golden, it's kind of shit.
Yuria
Depends how far you can climb.
clears her throat.
Perhaps one of the things you could ask him is protection from Creighton. If we get through this job right.
Well, if we get through this job right, I don't think Creighton will be too much of an issue.
She quirks a brow.
Let me remind everyone that the man did what we almost failed to do by himself. With his
Yuria,
teeth.
he's right. If we ask protection from him, we are undermining ourselves. If we are to do this, we must seem strong.
Again, what I was trying to say earlier is that he likes us for some reason. We are interesting to him. Despite the tough time you had of it fighting those animated weapons, he spoke highly of all of you.
Has he feel?
I believe he knows more of us than he lets on.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised if Sabine's intuition of a curation wouldn't be more accurate.
I think that is all empty flattery. He needs bodies to clean his sewer. And he means to use us. We're far more valuable than mere miners. A common man can mine. But if you throw most of these prisoners down there, they'll be destroyed.
Potentially.
It's now that the door opens, and a number of figures filter in.
Oh no.
Led by Creighton.
Oh, fuck.
Oh. Lag. Fun times. You would watch as they don't even get food. They instead make their way all the way over to this table. And you can see Nathan start, like he's getting ready to protest. But then Creighton just sort of looks back. And whatever conversation was going to be had isn't.
As the group moves by, Alaric pulls out his left leg from under the bench and the table and half seats facing them to keep an eye on the congregation.
Thought you were going to trip him. That'd have been hilarious.
These main ones have their back to you. They're sort of hunched forward, talking amongst one another, very hushed tone. But as you're sat that way, Creighton is staring at you.
Who is he staring at directly?
Alaric.
Alaric.
Oh boy.
Now, see, Alaric isn't staring directly at him, but now that he's looking to him, it does meet his gaze. But it's with a waning, kind of tired look. There's no challenge here. He's worn out, everything hurt. You can taste the air, but he doesn't look away.
All right. He holds that stare. Even as they're talking to him or trying to talk to him, his focus is of like is just hyper fixated. You can see where there's almost the lean forward, the sort of eyeing you from underneath his eyelids, just staring.
While he does the staring, can I kind of lean forward and do a basically sign language with my hands to just give him a what in sign language?
Meanwhile, Alaric is channeling his inner Ethan.
Good. You channel it so it looks like he's looking at you.
The eyes drift for but a moment to see the hands move. He doesn't react, doesn't talk back or anything, just shifts his attention back to Alaric. In which you hear Nathan, "If you're not going to eat your food, please throw it away."
Alaric turns back to the table and slides his leg in. Nathan cues serving to have him pull the plate away from Kelly to start eating.
Marana smiles pleasantly at Alaric. Just, so warm. So happy to be here. So happy to help you. As she takes a sip of her juice.
Yuria, you would see that as Alaric turned away, his focus immediately shifted to the back of Siluril. Sort of watching her as she moves. And then as she passes the fire, he turns back and immediately leans into whatever conversation was being had. And that's where we're going to call tonight's session.
Okay.
Sorry, someone called me. What was that last bit?
You'd have watched Creighton stare at Siluril until she passed the fire.
Lovely.
But yes.
Will she have seen him do that at all?
It's very obvious. But the moment that you pass the moment you pass the fire is the moment that he turns away and immediately starts talking to the others again.
She would have like held this placid expression, like holding her tray out, and like her mouth would have almost smacked a little, like she's like, and like redirects her gaze to her walking path as she goes past the fire.
Perfect. we'll pick that up next week for episode 6. Thank you guys so much for playing.
Happy. Always ending in the breakfast room.
That's right. It seems to be the most fitting, it feels like.
I
It's a dick in your
apologize for
mouth.
being absolutely trashed today.
It's all right. Drinking is
I
always
just-
fun.
I'm sorry, I had a really bad day at work, and I was like, I'm gonna let loose, and then I was like, oh no, there's important story plot that's happening, and so I sent it to you.
It's all
Didn't
good.
feel like trash. Just, all good.
Felt like trash. I felt like, oh god, I am missing everything in the story. Holy shit, I need to write it down.
Well, the great thing about this, being on Twitch, is that it's in a VOD. It'll also be in the highlights.
Oh my god.
Indeed.
But I think I got a lot of shit there, so like let me know if I'm missing anything.
Of course. A lot of reveals this episode.
Really?
Indeed. So we'll be playing next week on the 28th,
Ooh.
unless there's any protest or...
Unless the weather decides to absolutely fuck my internet connection, then I should be good.
Okay.
I'm also going to be DMing for a bunch of teenagers on the 29th, so wish me luck. Because this is their first D&D session, and I'm introducing them to a one-shot, and it's going to be pretty cool, I hope.
Yay!
It's always nice to introduce baby players to Dungeons and Dragons.
Indeed.
Hey kids, you want to see a TPK?
No, I'm not going to TPK them. They're like 14 years old.
So what, this
I'm
is-
gonna be nice to them.
Hey kids, this is called a terrasse.
Hey kids, do you want to see violence?
Hey kids, do you like violence?
I hope you guys had fun. I know that's obviously a very
Enjoyed it.
loaded question to ask, especially in front of other people. But I hope it was at least enjoyable. I know, obviously, Kellen, you had to suffer 3.5 hours of silence. For that, I apologize, but that is the way that the story wins.
It's fine.
Thankfully, you are here for the next episode.
You're here now.
Indeed.
For how long? Who knows?
I like our ranger. He's cool.
He's gonna get us all killed.
He's gonna get us all killed probably, but I like him.
Absolutely.
He's great.
It's
You
hard
get
not
it.
to look.
Would like to see that, Marana. Yeah, no, this is not going to be streamed because the players are going to be minors, and yeah, I don't fucks with that.
Indeed. I'm around for a little bit. The players are also around for a little bit, so if they choose to be around for a little bit, I should say. If you have any questions for myself or for the players, ask. Use your channel points to highlight your message, and I'll read them out.
Yes, do it.
But only if it's highlighted.
Ask us questions.
It's just the easiest to read. Will they be making a Discord with stream alerts? I have no idea how to do that, but I'm certain it's possible, and I will learn.
There will.
With Momo's help, yes.
Oh yeah. Come on, what else we got? What else we got? We got some juicy ones here.
Marana.
I'm being
how
asked
much-
by a player. Holy shit.
How much caffeine have you had today?
I have only had about about 22 ounces of caffeine about 11 a.m. this morning. I decided, hey, you know what? I'll crack open my favorite beer at about 5 p.m. And I just seem to have not stopped with that.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Shut the fuck up.
My message to her in DMs was, how much DBJ have you fucking had?
The Discord is
I
coming
think
along
I've
well,
kept it
Simon.
together. Yes.
Oh, Yuria, what pact are you?
We haven't gotten that far yet. I'm level 1. We'll probably be doing Pact of the Blade since we're a Hexblade.
Ooh.
Although I am tempted, I haven't convinced the Crown DM to give me a little like aberrant void, like pseudo dragon, but it'll happen if I can.
Ooh.
It'll be a little pseudo dragon with tentacles like spaghetti floating through the air.
Fancy fucking
It'll terrify
familiar.
everyone, and I will be executed immediately as a witch, but it'll be really funny until then.
I
really
love
glad-
my witch. Come
I'm
on,
really glad
be
we have it in
lesbian.
blood. That Kieran said that Kellen can get it. That's fair, you know.
Kellen could get what?
Just love. That's it. That Kellen can get it. You know, that's there.
Oh, wouldn't you say that?
Steelerill, it's been a bit. What are your impressions of the party?
Don't change the subject. We're writing history here.
It's question answer time. You have to answer the questions.
Tutsi, I'm glad that you enjoyed. Thanks for stopping by and watching the session.
Yeah, claps.
No, all the Hershey's Kisses didn't get eaten. I managed to save some by responsibly putting them in the refrigerator earlier tonight.
Okay, Steelerill, what's your opinion of the party?
Steelerill, she's kind of like, you know, these are the people I'm cellmated with.
Fair.
She shows a little bit of I guess admiration for Ulrich in his God, what's the word? I guess it would be like, is it like zeal? When they want to do something, they'll keep working at it.
Doggedness.
No.
Determination.
Smugness as a descriptor.
Yeah, it's like steadfastness.
Yeah, and
Steadfastness. That's a good
she
one.
respects like Kellen's drive, but she's grown rather annoyed at all the little games people seem to be playing.
Fair.
She's
what's
very straightforward.
Yeah. What's after that? Marana, how do you feel about the prospect of Lord Hane's potential letting you have the free choice of letting potential prisoners disappear? Marana abhors that potential opportunity since she's never particularly indulged that part of her. And the fact that Lorne Hade is like, yeah, go ahead, do it, it's cool, is concerning to her. She would want to investigate that further, and unfortunately, if she needs to do that to let her see further into his guise, then she will, but she'll feel like she'll need to do more whatever counts as repentance in her book to make things right.
To be fair, he never did say he would do that. Just the heel nerd said it.
I know, but we haven't gotten to the feast yet. So,
Right, yeah.
Kellen's dialogue. Kellen's dialogue with Uriah and Alaric seems interesting. What are their plans for getting out of prison? Keeping their heads down versus broadcasting their resistance?
That's probably going to be a point of contention because Yuri is naturally going to want to keep her head down until a time presents itself. And it seems, I mean, obviously I'm not playing Kellen, but it seems like Kellen is all about telling Hane to shove it at any opportunity and will gladly tell him that he's actively working against him. So that will probably be something we'll have to discuss.
I don't think he'll actively tell
Very
her
much.
that, but he is definitely like, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
I I'd say Alaric is more of like a broken mirror in that regard. Like, he's more than willing to serve out his indefinite sentence rather than try anything himself. In his mind, if he just mines enough rocks and makes big rocks into tiny rocks for long enough, they'll just set him free. And if not, his family will set him free.
Mm.
He sees no point in risking himself when he can just, be ransomed like a noble would.
Ah, very well. Alaric, you've been bullied a bit, buddy. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? Tell me.
Sore.
Sore. Anything else?
Emotionally, physically.
Emotionally. Ooh.
Don't want to eat. Don't want to deal with Kellen's shit.
Oh
Don't want to deal with Hane's shit.
Oh no.
Certainly don't want to deal with Creighton's shit.
Oh. Alright, so if Yoria goes Hexblade, what would be their first favored weapon? Ooh, answer the question for chat. Do it!
Marana.
Jesus Christ,
Get
dude.
some water.
I'm sorry.
Get some
I'm
water.
good?
It's all right.
low right now,
Total.
guys.
A little torqued.
Do
It's
it.
all right. It's a little torqued.
Please
Yuria?
let her continue, please, forever.
Karen, like, I'm not a cheap date, me over here like fucking sus.
To answer the question, her blade, when she gets her hex blade, because it's at the moment in Hane's hands, I'm assuming, it is. Boy, y'all gonna bully me for this. It's a katana.
Of course.
Nerd.
Yeah.
Nobody ever
Fucking
doubted it for a second.
Yeah, you know it.
At a glance,
It was gonna be a katana. You know.
everyone did, yes.
Yeah.
The characters might not know the language Lord Hane is speaking. It wasn't him that was
What?
speaking, it was the priest.
Of course.
But what language do you all assume it is?
Mm-hmm.
Infernal.
Bet it's some
I
evil
was gonna
shit.
say it's either infernal or abyssal, in which case Oberon would be like, "Fuck you, buddy."
Or it's
Who's
your
over?
own.
Shut the dick up.
How do you know it's my dick talking?
Oh, boy,
Okay.
I know it's your dick talking. Shut up. Fucking answer the question.
Dwarven.
Dick
I
chat.
think some of y'all speak. Doesn't Kellen speak Dwarven?
I believe he does.
Yeah, he'd understand.
Yeah, but he wasn't there.
No, you didn't. No, I don't speak Dwarven. You wouldn't let me take another language, so I only have Common, Elvish, and Beast Tongue.
So we know it's not Dwarven. Awesome.
You wouldn't let me take Dwarven as my fourth language.
It could also be. It could also be a custom language that Vincent made up for the
That
Moorlands.
is also true. That's also very true.
These last few questions. What race? Wondering what race Marana. Also, y'all are a lot of. Oh, well, thank you, Supply. If you look at our little cards along the bottom, it shows our race, our class, and our level. Marana is a Dampier, though to her friends and compatriots, she is a human.
Yeah. Marana is very keen to keep the secret tamped down on that particular lid as far as what she is concerned. Dampier in the world of Aetus are very rare, and no doubt occurs some sort of stigma attached to them, especially from her particular house, which is specialized in hunting monsters, including vampires. So, yeah, that's why she is inclined to hide herself as human until it is most applicable to not. as it were.
Do any of you dance to the battle music as you play? Yes, I do.
I had chopsticks and I was drumming the whole time.
Absolutely. I fucking dab to that shit all the time. Cause
I'm a boomer idiot, and I like to dab.
The answer is 42.
42.
Right. Indeed.
My bad. I forgot the answer is 42.
Yeah, don't listen to her. She's had a little bit of a drink.
I
The answer is
have,
42.
frankly.
Okay. Well, it's relatively late. I believe that's all.
Oh, no, there's one more. There's one more. For Sabine in particular. How does it feel to be able to drop the act in front of everyone? Please, Sabine, answer us that.
Kieran has taken over.
It's kind of a relief
Mm.
for her in regards to it, because now she's like, okay, let's get to the bottom of this and get the hell out of here. She's still trying to piece a few things together, like where everybody falls into the greater picture of it, because she has ideas, but none of them have really worked themselves out yet.
Of course. Of course.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you all for playing. I had a great time. Why don't you go ahead and say goodbye to chat as we sign off?
All right.
Love
Please
you,
know
Chad.
I am spiritually
Bye,
dabbing
Chad.
IRL.
Goodbye, chat.
You guys are great.
See you later, chat.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, now, thank you guys so much for coming out and watching episode 5, The Feud for Cometh the Fall. We will be reconvening this Sunday, the 23rd, for the Secrets of Irist. The players are going to have to deal with the aftermath of that. And then the next Friday game will be on the 28th. So, plenty of D&D to be had in the coming weeks. Nobody is going on vacation, nobody is stepping away or having to do anything, so plenty of D&D. I want to thank you guys very much for coming out and watching. Those of you that stuck around, those of you that gave a follow, subscribed, you guys have been incredibly generous and very nice. You guys are a real big inspiration and motivation to keep going. So thank you guys very much. I think that's it. I think that's I'll see you guys on the 28th for episode 6 of Cometh the Fall. Do we have anybody that we want to raid tonight? Any recommendations? Preferably D&D based, however, we can go outside of our wheelhouse. All right, let's find one with a good map. Ooh, would you guys like to see one that has like an actual battle map, like real life tokens and everything like that? That seems like a lot of fun.
Steven, did you know TurboTax?
Oh, never mind. They've been streaming for a very long time. They are probably going to end soon. Seems like a lot of them are shutting down for the night. So probably no raid. Probably no raid. Maybe. Let's see this one. Another 4 hours. Jeez. This one, maybe? Nope, 5 hours. I think everybody's calling it night. So I think this is where we'll end tonight's session. Pinball? What is... let's see, pinball. Pinball like the game? Oh, we raid Shadow Legends. Ah, jeez. Well, let's spread the love around. Though they may probably be ending soon, we'll give them a raid. Got to support our dungeon masters with beards. This gentleman has a lovely beard. So we are going to be raiding... Oh.
Or the stone.
They have an amazing setup, too. We're going to be raiding Legendary Action Official, as they do a legendary one-shot, Tomb of Annihilation, or Tomb of Crossed Words, sorry. We're going to go there. Give them a lot of love, and I hope you guys enjoy. Thank you guys so much for your generosity again. I look forward to seeing you all Sunday. Take care.